Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them.
The Bookshop at the End of the World. Chapter 1. The Last Ferry. The 14th of November arrived the way all the best November days arrive on Dunmore Isle, sideways. Not rain exactly, not yet. More of a suggestion. A dampness in the air that hadn't quite committed to becoming weather, hanging in the gray space between the sea and the sky like a thought you couldn't quite finish. Eleanor Marsh stepped out of the back door of Title Pages at 8:30 in the morning, took one breath of it, and went back inside for her heavier coat. The second coat was an old wax thing the color of dark tea. With deep pockets she kept filled with reasonable things. A pencil, a folded list, her keys, a paperback she was halfway through and had been halfway through for 3 weeks because she kept stopping to look things up. She pulled it on, poured the last of the morning's coffee into a thermos that had belonged to someone else entirely when she bought it at a jumble sale on the mainland 7 years ago, and went out again. This time she didn't go back. The harbor road was empty at this hour, which was exactly as it should be. In summer, there were tourists by 9. Not many. Dunmore was not the kind of island that attracted many, but enough to make the morning feel inhabited in a way Eleanor mostly enjoyed and occasionally found exhausting. In November, the road belonged to whoever was willing to be up in it, which this morning was Eleanor and a herring gull standing on the harbor wall with the magnificent indifference of a creature that had decided weather was beneath its notice. She liked these mornings. She had built her life around them, more or less. Title Pages sat at the far end of the harbor road, where the road itself gave up and became a track, and then became the edge of a field. The building had been a ship's chandler once, back when there were ships here in numbers, and it still had that look about it, solid, purposeful, built to withstand something, though what exactly it was withstanding now was mostly the passage of time. The walls were the same dark granite as the harbor. The roof was heavy slate, and the windows were small and deep-set in the way of all the old island buildings, designed by people who understood that light was good, but wind was coming. Eleanor had unlocked those windows at the front every morning for 7 years, and she still felt a small, quiet pleasure at the sound of the latch. She'd tried to examine that feeling once, in a conversation with Miriam Voss, who'd owned the shop before her. She'd said something inadequate about it being nice to have a routine. Miriam had looked at her over her tea and said, "Eleanor, you know perfectly well it's not the routine. It's the fact that it's yours." Which was, as Miriam usually was, exactly right. Inside, the shop was cold in the specific way of old stone buildings in autumn, not the sharp cold of outside, but something deeper and stiller, a cold that had seeped in through the walls over centuries and made a home there. The wood-burning stove in the reading corner fixed this within 20 minutes of being lit, pushing warmth out into the front room and softening the whole place from austere to something considerably warmer. Eleanor lit it first thing, every morning, before she did anything else. While it caught, she walked the rooms. She did this every morning, too, though she couldn't have explained the reason in terms that would satisfy anyone looking for practicality. It wasn't inventory. It wasn't tidying. It was more like, she thought years ago about the right word for it, correspondence. Checking in with each part of the building, noting what had shifted overnight, what needed attention, what was simply there and good. The front room with its fiction wall and the small children's corner, 2 low armchairs wedged around a wooden table that had the smooth, worn look of a thing that had been loved by small hands. The middle room with its history and biography, the natural history shelf where someone had, at some point in the shop's history, shelved a book about the migration patterns of Arctic terns between 2 volumes of Victorian political memoir, and Eleanor had left it there because it seemed to belong. And then the back room. The back room was what Miriam had called the deep end, and the name had stuck, and the name was accurate. It was the largest of the 3 rooms, running the full width of the building, and it held the overflow, the donations, the unsorted boxes, the shelves of older fiction that were waiting for catalog entries that Eleanor would get to eventually. She always did. The ceiling was lower here, and the single overhead light threw shadows that the room seemed to enjoy collecting. It smelled more strongly of old paper than the front rooms, which smelled of it too, but here it was concentrated, rich, the particular warm scent of a few thousand books breathing together. Eleanor stood in the doorway of the deep end for a moment, as she always did, and felt the small satisfaction of a room that was full of things waiting to be found by the right person. Then she went back to the stove and poured herself a cup of coffee from the thermos and settled into the morning's real work, which was a crate of donations that Fraser Macaulay had dropped on the front step 2 days ago with a note saying simply, "Mums." Macaulay had died in September, quietly, in her own bed, at the age of 89. It had been, as the island said of all deaths that went the way death should go, a good death. Eleanor had been to the funeral. She had liked Eileen Macaulay, who had been a fierce reader of crime fiction and had once pressed a battered Dorothy Sayers into Eleanor's hands with the authority of someone delivering a medical diagnosis. She opened the crate. The books were what you expected, and also what you hoped for. A run of Agatha Christie's in the old green penguin editions, their spines creased in the particular way that meant they'd been read many times by hands that held books the same way every time. A collection of local history pamphlets going back to the 1970s that Eleanor would catalog carefully and shelve near Hamish Ord's section, because Hamish Ord had a section in this shop whether he knew it or not. A Bible that had been in the Macaulay family since, according to the inscription on the flyleaf, 1903. She'd give that to Fraser. It wasn't hers to sell. And at the bottom of the crate, in a paper bag tied with string, a small watercolor of the harbor that Eleanor recognized as the work of a local painter from the 1950s, tucked in among the books, as though it had been forgotten it was different from them. She set the painting aside, placed the pencil behind her ear without noticing she'd done it, and began the quiet, unhurried work of sorting. By 11, the sorting was done, and the shop was warm, and she was ready for whatever the day chose to bring. On a November Wednesday on Dunmore Isle, what it usually brought was not very much, which was perfectly all right. What it actually brought, just before noon, was Miriam Voss. Miriam was 74 and had been Eleanor's predecessor, her occasional mentor, and the closest thing to a best friend that Eleanor had allowed herself in the years since she'd come to the island. She lived in a cottage on the south coast that she described as being pleasantly inconvenient because it was a 40-minute walk from the village, and the walk required crossing a field that was boggy in autumn and frozen in February and always interesting. She made the walk regularly, which Eleanor considered to be either very healthy or quietly heroic, depending on the weather. She came in without knocking, which was how Miriam always came in. She had, as far as Eleanor could tell, knocked on the front door of Title Pages exactly twice in the 7 years since Eleanor had owned it, once on the day she'd shown Eleanor around before the sale, and once on a Sunday when the sign said closed and she'd wanted to be respectful of the concept even if she wasn't going to honor it in practice. "I've been thinking about the Tolstoy problem," Miriam said, unwinding a scarf of considerable length from around her neck. "Which Tolstoy problem?" Whether people who say they love Tolstoy and have never actually finished Anna Karenina should be allowed to continue saying it. I've been going back and forth. And I've decided to be generous. Very few people finish Anna Karenina the first time. It's a book you have to grow into. Rather like this island. She hung her coat on the hook behind the door. Her hook, it had been her hook for 20 years before it became anyone else's. And looked around the front room with the comfortable appreciation of someone visiting a place that used to be home and still mostly felt like it. You've moved the Muriel Sparks. I moved them in September. I know. I'm still thinking about it. She peered at the shelf. Actually, no. You're right. They work better there. She said this as if she'd been holding out and had now conceded. Eleanor smiled at her thermos. Miriam settled into the nearer of the two reading corner armchairs and Eleanor made tea, and they talked for an hour in the way they always talked, moving between books and island news, and whatever larger question had lodged itself in one of their heads and needed the company of the other to be properly turned over. It was one of Eleanor's favorite hours of any week. The Ferry's making its last run today, Miriam said at some point, the way you mention weather. I know. Callum said he'd try to do one more run next week if the forecast gives him a window, but I wouldn't count on it. Have you got everything you need? I've got everything I need plus everything I might possibly want, which is probably too much, but the alternative is worrying about it in January, and I'd rather worry about it now. Miriam nodded. She had, over years of island winters, refined the art of preparation into something close to a philosophy. Did you see him? This morning at the quay? Eleanor thought about it. I saw the Morag Jean in from my back window. I waved, I think. He might have seen. He came by my cottage yesterday evening, Miriam said. I assumed to say goodbye before the winter. He does sometimes. She paused, turning her teacup in her hands. He seemed distracted. I thought it was the forecast. You know how Callum gets when the weather's turning. He takes it personally. But it wasn't quite that. He kept starting sentences and not finishing them. Eleanor looked at her. I'm probably reading into it, Miriam said. He asked after you, actually. After me? Whether you'd been to the shop this week. Whether you were usually here in the evenings. That's an odd thing to ask. I thought so. Miriam set down her teacup. He said something about having a box of books to donate. Then he said he'd bring it by. Eleanor waited, but Miriam seemed to have decided that was all there was to say about it, or all she wanted to say. She picked up a copy of the new Penelope Fitzgerald biography that Eleanor had left on the side table and began to leaf through it, and the subject of Callum Strachan moved sideways and then out of the room. At 2 p.m, Eleanor pulled on her coat and walked to the harbor. She did this most days when the weather was walkable, not because she needed anything from the harbor in particular, but because she liked to see the water. She had grown up inland, York, flat and landlocked and beautiful in its own way, and had spent 15 years in London, which had a river, but that wasn't the same thing at all. The sea, when she'd encountered it properly for the first time as an adult, had surprised her. She hadn't expected to need it. She hadn't expected that seeing a large body of water moving under its own authority would make her feel, reliably, that things were in correct proportion. The harbor in November was a different place from the harbor in July. In July, it was picturesque in the way that coastal harbors are picturesque. The fishing boats in their primary colors, the smell of fish and salt in the right ratio, tourists with cameras, children eating ice cream, the specific golden quality of Scottish summer light that seems almost apologetic after the gray months, as if it's making amends. In November, it stripped all that away. The pleasure boats were gone, hauled up into the yards for the winter. The remaining boats were working boats, the few lobster fishermen who still put out year-round, and the Morag Jean, and they sat on water the color of pewter, with a quiet self-possession that Eleanor found more beautiful than anything July could offer. The Morag Jean was loading when she arrived at the quay. Not loading cargo. The supply run had come Tuesday, but loading the last of the summer to autumn residents who'd made the decision to be on the mainland side of the ferry when it stopped running. There were 6 of them, standing on the quay with their bags and their boots, and the slightly dazed expression of people who'd held out as long as they could and were now acknowledging the season's verdict. Eleanor recognized all of them. She said her goodbyes, which were warm without being sad, the island version of goodbye that carries inside it the assumption of return. Callum Strachan was directing the loading with the unhurried competence of a man who had done this particular thing many hundreds of times and no longer needed to think about the individual steps. He was a large man, Callum, with the permanent weatherworked solidity of the island-born, a gray beard that he'd had for as long as Eleanor had known him, and hands that looked like they'd been made for holding rope. He noticed her standing at the edge of the quay and raised one hand. Not quite a wave, more an acknowledgement, the greeting of 2 people who'd said good morning to each other across this harbor more times than either had counted. Eleanor raised her hand back. She watched him for a moment. Miriam's words were sitting in the back of her mind. He seemed distracted. She could see it now that she was looking for it. There was something in the set of his shoulders, a tension she wasn't used to seeing there. He looked up again, and their eyes met properly this time. Something crossed his face, a decision considered and postponed, she thought. He glanced at the boat, then back at her, then away. The passengers boarded. Callum gave the quay one last look, a longer look than it needed, the look of a man checking something, and went aboard. The Morag Jean's engine deepened. The gap between the hull and the quay widened. Eleanor stood and watched it go, her hands in her pockets, the cold coming up off the water now, and she thought about that look. The sentences that didn't finish. The question about her evening hours. The donation box he had promised to bring. She thought, he'll bring it when he's back in the spring. She thought this with confidence and turned and walked back to the bookshop. The Grey Anchor was the kind of pub that exists, Eleanor had decided long ago, not to make money, though it managed enough to stay open but to provide the community with a space that is neither home nor outside, where things that wouldn't be said in living rooms can be said over a glass without constituting an occasion. Every island of this size had one. Without it, the islands went strange. She went at 6:30, which was her usual time on a Wednesday, when the pub was quiet enough to actually talk and warm enough to want to stay. Fraser Macaulay was there, as he usually was on a Wednesday, sitting on his regular stool at the bar with the particular posture of a man whose regular stool has shaped itself to him over decades. He had a pint of something dark and a copy of a newspaper that was 2 days old, because that was as fresh as newspapers got on Dunmore. "All right, Eleanor," he said, which was all he said by way of greeting most days, but the warmth in it was real. "Getting there," she said, which was what she said back. Donald, who ran the Anchor with his wife Sheila, was already pulling her usual glass of white without being asked, which was one of the small luxuries of being a regular in a small place. Eleanor settled at the bar, and they talked about the last ferry and the incoming weather and whether the storm that was building out in the Atlantic was going to hit them directly or pass north. Fraser, who had been reading the same weather forecast on his phone all day with increasing pessimism, was of the view that it was going to hit them directly and wasn't going to be pleasant. Callum seemed strange today, Eleanor said, not quite as a non sequitur, but almost. Fraser looked at his pint. Did you notice? I wasn't at the quay. He came into the store, Eleanor said, fishing slightly. Yesterday, Miriam said. Wednesday mornings, usually, Fraser said.
Yes.
He was in. He picked up his newspaper with the air of a man who had decided the newspaper was more interesting than this particular conversation. Eleanor watched him for a moment, reading the evasion. Fraser Macaulay was not a complicated man, which meant that when he was evasive it was visible, like a knot in a straight piece of rope. She decided not to push. She had learned, in 7 years of island life, that you could ask Fraser Macaulay a direct question and receive a direct answer, or you could ask him a question that was going anywhere near something he was uncomfortable about and receive an elaborate nothing. It depended entirely on whether whatever he was uncomfortable about was the sort of thing he'd come around on eventually, in which case you left it alone, or the sort of thing he wouldn't, in which case you also left it alone. She was halfway through her wine when the door opened and Thomas Vane came in, bringing with him a gust of cold air and the unhurried air of a man who is very comfortable with his own entrance. He was 58 and silver-haired and dressed with the studied casualness of someone who'd owned better things and chosen the well-worn version on principle, which Eleanor had always thought took more effort than just wearing the better things but had never said. He was charming. He was good company. He had been working on the same novel for 11 years and spoke about it with a confidence that Eleanor, who had spent 15 years in publishing, found either admirable or slightly baffling depending on the day. Last ferry gone, he said, settling onto the stool beside her. 2 o'clock, she said, and we're all still here. He accepted a glass from Donald. The faithful 11. We're not 11 yet. We might be 10. Or 12 if someone decided to stay that nobody counted.
Petra is staying.
Agnes, obviously. Hamish and Miriam, bless them.
You. Me.
Fraser. He counted on his fingers with the ease of someone who had already done this arithmetic. The minister. Young Isla, I believe, though she looks like she can't decide. Finn at the research station. Nora Strachan's come back for a while, I understand. That's 11. You've been counting, Eleanor said. Winter always makes me count, he said pleasantly. He swirled his glass. Did Callum seem all right to you? Before he went, it was the same question she'd asked. The coincidence shouldn't have registered, and mostly didn't. A little distracted, she said. Miriam thought so, too. He'll be fine, Thomas said and smiled, and changed the subject to a book he'd been reading, and Eleanor let herself be led there, because it was a good book and Thomas talked about books well, which was one of the things she liked about him. She stayed until 8, which was later than she'd intended. Walking home along the harbor road, the wind had come up properly now, pushing off the Atlantic with a purposeful cold that meant business. The lights of the cottages along the shore were the warm amber of oil lamps and wood stoves, each one a small declaration of presence against the dark. Eleanor loved this. She had loved it since the first winter, when she'd understood that this was what the island gave you in exchange for the ferry service and the newspaper delay and the fact that sometimes, in February, you counted every tin in the larder. This intimacy with weather, this sense of being present in the world rather than protected from it. She let herself into the bookshop's back door to leave the thermos in the small kitchen, switch off the stove, and make sure the fire guard was in place. She moved through the back room without turning on the main light. The stove's glow was enough. She knew every foot of this floor, and threw to the reading corner to check the guard. The stove was fine. The guard was in place. She stood for a moment in the amber quiet of the room, the wind beginning to talk properly now against the slate roof, and had a feeling she couldn't name. Not unease exactly, more like the feeling of a sentence that has not quite ended. As if the day had been saying something all along and hadn't finished saying it. She looked around the front room without knowing what she was looking for. Nothing was out of place. The books were on their shelves. The children's corner was exactly as she'd left it. The front door was locked. She went home. Behind her, in the dark of the deep end, a cardboard box of donated books sat on the floor at the end of the fiction shelves, exactly where Callum Strachan had left it. Eleanor had not yet been to the deep end that evening. She wouldn't know the box was there until morning. Outside, in the small hours, the storm arrived. Chapter 2. What the Books Witnessed. She heard the storm before she was fully awake. It was the sound of the island reconfiguring itself, the wind coming in long, uninterrupted runs off the Atlantic, finding the gaps in the slates, talking in the chimney, pulling at the garden gate with a rhythmic persistence that was almost conversational. Eleanor lay still for a moment in the dark of her cottage bedroom and listened to it the way you listen to a language you don't speak but almost understand. And then she got up because there was no point doing anything else. The cottage was a 10-minute walk from the bookshop, along the harbor road, and then down the small lane that ran between the general store and the harbor wall. She dressed in layers, made tea she drank standing at the kitchen window watching the water. The harbor had gone from pewter to something darker, something without a good name, the surface churned and restless. The Morag jeans mooring lines were holding, but only because Callum maintained them with a rigor that bordered on the religious. She thought of Callum briefly, the unfinished sentences, the look. Then she drank her tea and put on her coats, both of them, and went to open the shop. The rain came at her sideways as she turned onto the harbor road, the kind of rain that has forgotten the direction it came from and simply commits to being everywhere at once. She put her head down and walked the way you walk on an island in November, not fighting the weather, but moving through it with a kind of companionable resignation. The harbor was empty. The gulls had gone wherever gulls go, when they've decided conditions are beneath them. The bookshop door was locked, which was right. She fitted the key, pushed inside, and was grateful, as she always was on mornings like this, for the particular warmth of old stone that has been holding heat since the night before. She went to the stove first. Then, because the stove would take a few minutes to build, she walked the rooms. Front room, middle room, and then the deep end, and she stepped through the doorway of the back room and stopped. The world paused. Later, she would think about the precise sequence of what she understood in those first few seconds. Not the sequence of facts, which arrived in a jumble, but the sequence of understanding. First, there was a person on the floor. Second, the person was not moving. Third, she knew the coat, the boots, the gray beard, the large hands that had guided a ferry through rough water 14,000 times and were now lying still on the floorboards of her bookshop. She said his name. She said it twice. She crossed the room and crouched beside him, pressing 2 fingers to the side of his neck the way she'd been taught 20 years ago in a first aid course she'd never thought she'd need, and she held her breath and waited, and there was nothing. Callum Strachan was dead. She sat back on her heels and breathed slowly and looked at him, because she thought he deserved to be looked at by someone who was present and not running away from the fact of him. He was lying on his side between the fiction shelves and the far wall, in the narrow gap where boxes of donations were stacked when they first arrived. His position was, this was the word that came to her, precise and strange, arranged. He had not fallen. Someone had placed him, or he had placed himself in that gap deliberately, as if seeking shelter. His right hand was tucked inside his coat. The coat was buttoned to the throat, which Callum never did. She had never seen him button his coat fully in any weather, and she understood without touching it that there was something under his coat that he had hidden there. There was a cardboard box on the floor 3 feet from his outstretched hand. A donation box, the flaps folded shut. She stood up. She did not touch anything else. She went to the front room, sat in the nearer armchair, the leather one, the good one, and called Agnes Petrie's number. Agnes answered on the second ring, which told Eleanor she had also been awake since the storm.
It's Eleanor, she said.
I need you to come to the shop. Callum Strachan is dead. He's in the back room. She said it plainly, because Agnes had spent 30 years as the island's doctor, and the plainest way was the most useful way. I think someone heard him. There was a brief silence. Then Agnes said, "Don't touch anything. I'm coming now." Agnes arrived in 11 minutes, which meant she had dressed and walked in approximately 8, which meant she had not wasted a second. She was a small, precise woman who moved like someone who had long ago decided that efficiency was a form of respect, and she came through the back door with her medical bag and her reading glasses already on her head and went directly to the back room without ceremony. Eleanor waited. She sat in the reading chair and listened to the storm and tried to be still. She was not frightened, exactly. She was something else, something that took up more space than fear and less space than grief, something that she recognized distantly and with a kind of resignation, as the particular feeling of a thing that cannot be undone. Agnes came back after 10 minutes. "I've called the mainland," Eleanor said. "The police. They said the weather." "Yes," Agnes said. She took off her glasses and cleaned them with the hem of her jumper, which was what she did when she was thinking. The Coast Guard can't deploy in this, and no sensible pilot would take off. We're on our own until this breaks. She looked out the front window at the storm, which had no intention of breaking any time soon. How long before the weather clears? Fraser thinks 2 days minimum, maybe 3. Agnes nodded, as if 2 to 3 days was an inconvenience to be scheduled around rather than a crisis to be panicked about. This was one of the things Eleanor had always appreciated about her. "What can you tell me?" Eleanor asked. "I can tell you he's been dead since last night. Sometime between 8 and midnight, probably." She paused. "There's an injury to the back of his head. A single blow from something heavy and smooth. It was quick, I think. He wouldn't have suffered." She said the last part with a gentleness that was also a precision. She was telling Eleanor the truth, but she was choosing which truth to lead with. It would have been very fast. "He came here deliberately," Eleanor said. "There's a donation box, but he could have left it on the step. He came inside. He had a key. He knew where the spare key was. Several people do."
She thought about that. Did.
Agnes sat down in the other chair. Outside, the storm made itself known emphatically, rattling the deep-set windows in a way that would have been alarming if the walls hadn't been 18 inches of granite that had withstood worse for 170 years. "Eleanor," Agnes said, "we need to tell people." They told people. It was not a straightforward process, because on an island of 11 winter residents, telling people is both simpler and more complicated than it sounds. Simpler because there are only 11 of them and they can all be reached by a walk or a phone call. More complicated because 11 frightened people in a sealed space is its own kind of problem, and Eleanor understood this even in the first hour, when the first faces began to appear at the bookshop door. Fraser Macaulay came first, because his store was 2 doors down, and the noise of Agnes's arrival had reached him. He stood in the doorway of the shop with his face arranged in the careful neutral of a man bracing for news he suspects is bad, and when Eleanor told him, he sat down heavily on the step, in the rain, and said Christ with a quietness that made it sound like a prayer. Nora Strachan arrived 20 minutes later, and Eleanor did not know how she had been told or who had told her, only that she arrived already knowing or already fearing, and the knowing confirmed it. She was Callum's daughter, 34 years old, a teacher on the mainland who had come back to the island 2 days ago for reasons she'd given vaguely, as wanting to check in on her father. She stood in the middle of the front room of the bookshop, and the grief on her face was the raw, undefended grief of someone who has not yet built the walls around it, and Eleanor crossed the room and took her hands and held them and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that was better than being present. The others came over the course of the morning, drawn by word and by the strange gravitational pull that crisis creates in small communities. Reverend Duncan Hale arrived with his long-limbed careful quiet and stood near the door, as if not fully committing to entering. Hamish Ord, who had walked a mile through the storm from his cottage on the north side, arrived red-faced and breathing hard, and immediately made himself useful by putting the kettle on, which was the right instinct. Petra Lindqvist from the Old Manse came with 2 loaves of bread she had baked that morning, because that was how Petra handled things. Practically, and with provisions. Bridget Farrow came alone and stood slightly apart, the way she always stood in groups, watching. Her eyes moved around the room with the particular quality of attention that Eleanor had noticed before. Not surveillance, not suspicion, but the look of a person whose eye is trained to gather information from surfaces. Finn Gallagher, the marine biologist, came last, still slightly damp from the research station, with the distracted air of a man whose thoughts had been somewhere in the North Atlantic when he was summoned. He and Isla Macaulay, who had come with her father Fraser and stood near him with a hand on his arm, exchanged a brief, careful look across the room that Eleanor noted and filed away. Thomas Vane arrived in the middle of all this and went immediately and naturally into the role of the person helping manage the situation. He spoke quietly to Nora. He organized the seating so that Miriam Voss, who had arrived last and seemed somehow to Eleanor the most composed of all of them, which was both impressive and faintly unnerving, had somewhere comfortable to sit. He asked the right questions, in the right order. Had the police been called? What had they said? What were the practical necessities for the next 2 days? Eleanor watched him do this and thought, as she had thought before, that Thomas Vane was unusually good in a crisis. It was not until later that she would think about why that might be. Agnes spoke to the room once everyone had gathered, her voice carrying the particular authority of 30 years of delivering news that people didn't want to receive. She told them what she could tell them, which was the minimum the situation required. Callum Strachan had died in the bookshop the previous night. The cause was a blow to the head. It was not an accident. The police had been informed and would reach the island as soon as conditions allowed, which would be no sooner than 2 days and possibly longer. She did not use the word murder. She did not need to. The room absorbed it. Eleanor watched the faces. Nora's, already beyond the news. Fraser's, which had closed into itself. Hamish's, which had gone very still in the way of an academic mind organizing information. Bridget's, which had changed in a way Eleanor couldn't quite read. Duncan's, which was carrying something private. Isla's, which was watching her father. And Thomas's, which was thoughtful and appropriately troubled and expressed, at exactly the right moment, exactly the right degree of shock. "Has anyone contacted the mainland family?" he asked. "Someone should make sure. Is there a mainland family?" "His daughter's here," Eleanor said. "Nora." "Of course. I'm sorry." He looked at Nora with genuine warmth. "I'm so sorry, Nora." Nora nodded without looking at him. The back room remained closed. Agnes had done what a doctor could do, and the scene was being preserved as well as possible given that there was no forensics team coming for at least 2 days and the heating was unavoidably on. Eleanor had put up a closed sign that nobody needed because the bookshop was not open. It was a crime scene now, and would be until someone with authority to say otherwise arrived, and the particular sadness of that, the shop she had spent 7 years making into something warm and good and alive, now reduced to a location, was something she was putting away for later. She had a great deal that she was putting away for later. It was Miriam who noticed the book. She had been sitting in the reading chair, drinking tea that someone had brought her, and looking at nothing in particular with the look of a woman who was thinking something she wasn't ready to say. Then she said to Eleanor, quietly enough that it didn't carry to the rest of the room. Agnes said he was holding something. Under his coat. Yes. What was it? Eleanor hesitated. She had not told the room about the book. She had told Agnes, who had confirmed it was there, tucked inside Callum's coat against his chest, and had said they should leave it for the police if at all possible. The book was still there. Eleanor hadn't touched it. "A book," she said. Miriam's teacup paused. "What kind of book?" "Old. Small. Leather binding, I think, from what I could see." "I didn't," Agnes said, to leave it. Miriam was quiet for a moment. "Could you see the title?" "Not clearly. The light in there." "And I wasn't going to move him." She paused. "Why?" Miriam set down her cup with deliberate care and looked at Eleanor, and Eleanor saw something in her expression she couldn't identify. Not quite recognition. More like the beginning of recognition, the moment before you name the thing you're seeing. "Nothing," Miriam said. "I'm probably never mind." She picked up her cup again. Eleanor looked at her for a moment longer. "I'll need to see it properly at some point," she said. "Yes," Miriam said. "I imagine you will." By mid-afternoon the storm had, if anything, intensified, and the community had reached the stage of crisis management where the practical tasks had been done and all that remained was the waiting. Nora had gone back to her father's cottage, accompanied by Petra, who had the gift of being useful without being intrusive. The others had dispersed to their own homes because standing in a bookshop was not going to make anything better, and everyone seemed to understand this. Eleanor was left with Agnes, and then just with herself. She stood in the front room for a long time after Agnes had gone. The stove was still burning, and the amber light of it lay over the bookshelves and the reading chairs and the worn flagstone floor, and it was the same room it had always been. She wanted it to feel different. She thought it should feel different. Violated, perhaps, or darkened, or diminished. It didn't. It felt the same. It felt like the room it had always been, which was a room full of books and warmth and the accumulated presence of the people who had sat in it over the years. Even now, with Callum lying in the back room and the storm sealing them in, and a killer somewhere among the 11 people she knew, the room itself refused to become a different kind of place. She didn't know whether that was a comfort or the strangest thing she'd encountered all day. She thought about what she knew. Not what she felt, but what she actually knew, stated plainly. Callum had come to the shop last night, when she wasn't here. He had a key, or rather, he had known where the spare key was kept. He had brought a donation box, which was a plausible reason to come. He had been found in the back room, in the deep end, which was the room furthest from the front door, the room a person went to deliberately or was taken to deliberately. He had been killed with a single heavy blow by someone he was either ambushed by or trusted enough to stand close to. He had been holding a book inside his coat, as though protecting it or hiding it or both. She went to her desk in the front corner of the shop, the small cluttered desk where she did her catalog work, and sat down and opened her notebook to a clean page. She wrote at the top, in her usual precise hand, "What do I know?" She wrote the facts. Then she sat back and looked at what she'd written, and thought about the donation box in the back room, and thought about Callum's expression on the quay the previous afternoon, and thought about Miriam's face when she'd said the word book. She thought about the mainland police, who were not coming until the weather broke. She thought about the 11 people now on this island, all of them known to her, all of them trusted, all of them now something else as well. She drew a line under what she'd written and wrote, "What do I need to find out?" The list below, it was longer. That evening, Miriam came back. Eleanor was sitting by the stove with the notebook and a glass of wine she wasn't really drinking, and she heard the knock. Miriam's knock, 2 precise raps, a pattern Eleanor had learned to recognize, and opened the door and was simply glad to see her. Miriam came in and sat down and didn't say anything immediately, which was fine. They had the kind of friendship that could accommodate silence, the kind that takes years to build and can't be rushed. Eleanor had been thinking, in the hour before, about Agnes's comment, about the blow, about someone of significant strength, or someone Callum had trusted utterly. She had been thinking about who on this island Callum Strachan would have stood still for, who he would have let close enough. She had not arrived at an answer she was comfortable with. "I need to see the book tomorrow," she said. "Properly. When the light's better." "Yes," Miriam said. Outside, the storm was enormous and committed. The window glass vibrated faintly in its frame. Miriam wrapped both hands around the mug Eleanor had given her and looked at the stove and said, after a while, in a voice that was careful and quiet, the book he was holding. "I've been thinking about it since this morning." Eleanor waited. "I think I may have seen it before," Miriam said. "Not that exact copy, but a copy of it. Years ago, before you came." Eleanor looked at her. "Seen it where?" But Miriam shook her head, slowly, as if she wasn't ready to say more. "I'm not certain enough yet. I need to see it first. And then I'll tell you everything I think I know." She turned her head and looked at Eleanor directly. "But I will tell you, whatever it is." "All right," Eleanor said. The storm said something emphatic against the roof. "Miriam," Eleanor said, "is it going to be worse than we think?" Miriam considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I think," she said, "it might be rather more complicated." Chapter 3. 11 People, 11 Silences. Sunday arrived with the storm still in full voice, and a sky the color of old pewter pressed low against the island like a lid. Eleanor had slept badly, which she'd expected, and woken at 6 with the particular clarity that comes after bad sleep, the edges of things sharper than they should be, the mind having done its sorting work overnight and presenting the results whether or not you wanted them. She lay still for a few minutes, watching the ceiling go from dark gray to slightly lighter gray as the dawn made its reluctant appearance, and thought about what Miriam had said. "I may have seen it before. Not that copy, but a copy." Then she got up, made coffee, and went to the bookshop. The back room was still closed. The police had asked her, during the brief and slightly surreal phone call the previous morning, to preserve the scene as best she could, and she was preserving it, though she was also aware that preservation in a centuries-old building heated by a wood-burning stove in November had its practical limits. What mattered was the book. She needed to see the book properly, in good light, with her magnifying glass and her full attention. Agnes had come to the shop at 7, as they'd agreed, because moving Callum required both of them and required it to be done properly, with care. This was not the kind of task that could be handed to anyone else. There was only Agnes, who had the medical authority, and Eleanor, who had the building. They had managed it together with a quiet efficiency that Eleanor thought Callum would have appreciated. Practicality as a form of respect. He was resting now in the small storeroom off the back kitchen, the door closed, a candle on the shelf outside it that Duncan Hale had brought over at Agnes's request without being asked to explain why. It was the right thing. Eleanor was grateful for it. And now, in the morning light from the deep-set back window, the best light in the building, northeastern, flat and honest, Eleanor sat at her catalog desk with the book on the surface in front of her. It was small, perhaps 6 inches tall, for wide, less than an inch thick. Bound in dark brown leather that had once been finer than it looked now, the binding worn at the corners in the way of old books that have been handled many times or not handled at all, depending on which kind of where you were reading. The boards were intact. The spine was cracked in 2 places. Along the spine, in faded gilt lettering that had mostly survived, the Cairn letters, and below it, smaller, A. Murchison. Eleanor looked at it for a long moment. Then she put on the cotton gloves she kept in the desk drawer for exactly this sort of work, picked up her magnifying glass, and began to read it the way she read old books, the way she had learned in 15 years of publishing and 7 more years of cataloging rare donations, which was not as a reader, but as an investigator. Not what does this say, but what is this? The paper was period appropriate. Laid paper, the right weight, with the right watermark for a mid-Victorian publication. The typeface was consistent with the 1860s, a small-bodied serif that had been the common workhorse of provincial printing in that decade. The binding adhesive had dried and contracted, which created the correct spine crack pattern of a very old book. Someone had done their homework, but the foxing, those small brown spots of oxidation that form on old paper like a slow tide, was, she noticed after a minute, slightly wrong. Not wrong enough to be obvious. Wrong in the way that a sentence is wrong when its rhythm doesn't match the rest of the paragraph, the kind of wrong that you feel before you can explain. The spots were too evenly distributed. Genuine foxing on a book this age was random in a specific way, clustered near dampness, thinning where the paper was driest. This foxing was spread too uniformly across the pages, as though it had been applied rather than accumulated. She sat back. Applied. She turned the book over in her hands, very gently. Someone had made this. Someone with considerable knowledge of Victorian book production, access to the right materials, and enough skill to fool a casual examination. This was not a rough forgery. This was the work of a person who knew exactly what they were doing. She laid it on the desk and began, very carefully, to turn the pages. She was 3/4 of the way through when she felt it. Between 2 pages near the back, something slightly thicker than paper. She eased the pages apart. A folded sheet, separate from the book, tucked between the pages rather than bound with them. Old paper, genuinely old, different from the book's paper, rougher, with the particular brittleness of something very much older than the forgery containing it. The writing on it was in a cramped, rushing hand, brown ink on brown paper, difficult to read in this light. She did not unfold it fully. The paper was fragile and the light was going flat, and her hands were not quite steady enough for what the paper needed. She looked at the first 2 lines she could make out without fully opening the fold. She could read a date, November 1866. She could read, below it, part of a salutation. My dear Henderson, regarding the matter of the manuscript. Then the fold and darkness. She put the paper back exactly as she'd found it, between the same 2 pages. She closed the book. She sat very still for a moment, looking at it. Then she pulled on her coat and went to see Hamish Ord. Hamish lived in a cottage on the island's north coast, which was the least convenient place to live in any weather, and in November was an act of either profound commitment or poor judgment. Hamish maintained it was both, and that the distinction was probably not as important as people thought. The walk took 20 minutes in fine weather and 30 in anything else, following the perimeter road until it dipped toward the shore, and then cutting across the headland along a path that someone had been meaning to resurface since approximately 1987. She found him in his kitchen, which was the room he lived in most of the time. The rest of the cottage was for books and papers, surfaces covered in the organized chaos of a scholarly mind that has been working on something for 6 years and has long since made peace with the fact that not everyone would recognize the system. The kitchen at least had a table you could sit at and a stove that was doing its job, and the smell of coffee that had been made perhaps an hour ago and was still acceptable. I wondered when you'd come, Hamish said, clearing a chair of a stack of photocopied journal articles with the unhurried efficiency of a man who cleared chairs of journal articles several times daily. He was 71, rumpled in the permanent way of certain academics, with a beard that had made its own arrangements and a hearing aid in his right ear that he occasionally forgot to switch on, at which point he would ask you to repeat yourself and then hear everything you'd said twice, both times with full attention. I should have come yesterday, Eleanor said. I had to. She gestured vaguely in the direction of the shop. Agnes told me what needed doing, he said. You did right to wait. He poured her coffee without asking, which was correct, and sat down across the table and looked at her with the particular patience of someone who has spent 40 years listening to people talk around the thing they actually want to say before they finally say it.
Now,
tell me about the book. So she told him. Not everything, not the fragment of letter she'd found, not yet, but the book itself, the size, the binding, the typeface, the title. She watched his face as she talked. Hamish Ord was not a man who showed a great deal on his face as a rule. He had the academic's habitual poker expression, the result of decades of seminars in which showing too much enthusiasm for a theory before you tested it was considered professionally embarrassing. But at the words the Cairn letters, something happened to his face that got past the training. He went very still. She stopped talking. He said, in a voice that was quite carefully controlled, Where is it now? At the shop. In my desk drawer. Agnes knows. And you're certain of the title? Not something similar. It's on the spine.
gilt lettering.
The Cairn letters. A. Murchison. Quite clear. Hamish put both hands flat on the table and looked at them for a moment. Then he looked up at her, and what she saw on his face was the particular expression of a man who has been looking for something for a very long time and has just received information that is simultaneously wonderful and terrible and cannot immediately work out which one it is more. Alastair Murchison, he said. You know who he is? I know the name. He's in my Victorian Scottish lit catalogue. A poet, I thought. One published volume. One published volume, Hamish confirmed.
But
that's not quite all of it. He got up and went to the door between the kitchen and what had been the sitting room, opened it and disappeared. Eleanor listened to the sound of papers shifting, something being moved, drawers. He came back with a manila folder held with the reverence of a man carrying something that has cost him years. He set it on the table and opened it. Inside, photocopied letters, academic journal articles with passages underlined, a handwritten note in Hamish's dense scrawl, a photograph of a library shelf. Alastair Murchison was born in 1821, Hamish said, settling back into his chair with the energy of a man who has wanted to tell someone this for a very long time. Outer Hebrides, educated in Edinburgh, schoolteacher, poet of modest reputation. He spread two of the letters on the table. But in 1873, a letter was found in the papers of a publisher named Henderson, who died in 1871, so the papers were being organized by his son. In this letter, written by Murchison in 1867, he refers to a novel he has completed. He calls it the Cairn Letters. He says it is the story of a land clearance on a Scottish island, told from the point of view of the families displaced. He says, Hamish looked down at the photocopy and read carefully that it contains documents and testimonies that would discomfort several people still living, and that this is precisely the point. Henderson refused to publish it? Henderson refused to publish it. His response letter is in the same collection, polite, entirely firm, and quite obviously frightened. He says the material is incendiary and the families portrayed, though not named, would be easily identified. He says he is returning the manuscript to Murchison and strongly advises him not to seek another publisher. And the manuscript? Gone. Hamish folded his hands. Murchison acknowledged receipt of something. There's one more letter, brief, that says only that he has received the material safely and has given the matter a great deal of thought. After that, nothing. He published no more poetry. He died in 1889 in some obscurity. The manuscript has never been found. He looked at Eleanor over his folded hands. I have been looking for it, on and off, for 15 years. I assumed it was destroyed. Eleanor thought about the book in her desk drawer. The even foxing, the spine cracks. Hamish, she said carefully, if a copy were to appear now, a genuine copy would be an extraordinary literary discovery, he said. Murchison is a minor figure, but the subject matter, documented evidence of a Highland land clearance from 1867 in fictional form, that's historically significant. Not financially, well, perhaps to the right collector, but academically, culturally. He paused. It's the kind of thing people care about.
And if it were not genuine?
If it were a forgery? Hamish looked at her for a long time. Then someone had gone to considerable trouble, he said slowly, to create something that is academically significant but privately valuable to a specific kind of collector. The kind who wants to own something no one else has, something lost, something forbidden, without asking too many questions. He paused again. And the value of such a forgery would depend entirely on no one being able to prove it was false. Which would be easier, Eleanor said, if the forger had access to original Murchison materials, source documents, handwriting samples, authentic period paper. Hamish looked at his folder of photocopies. If someone had access to original letters, he said quietly, they could theoretically match the hand, the idiom, the vocabulary, the epistolary style. If the novel is presented as a collection of letters, which is consistent with the title, then authentic source material would be invaluable. I need to show you something else, Eleanor said. Later today, when the light's better. There was something inside the book. His eyes sharpened. What kind of something? A fragment of a letter. Signed, I think, though I couldn't make out the full signature. Dated 1866. She watched him. Quite different paper from the book itself. Hamish was silent for a moment, that stretched rather longer than ordinary moments. "I see," he said, and then, very quietly, "Oh, dear." She spent the rest of the morning talking to people. It was not, she told herself, an investigation. She was not a detective. She was a bookseller with a background in publishing, 7 years of knowing these 11 people, and a policeman's explicit request, delivered over a crackling phone line with genuine apology, to please document what she could while conditions prevented his attendance. That was all. But she was also, underneath the self-correction, an editor. And an editor's training is, in its bones, the same training as a detective's. Look for the word that doesn't belong. Listen for the rhythm that breaks. Notice where the narrative is working too hard. She went to see Duncan Hale at the church because the church was warm and quiet, and because Duncan had the quality, rare in any person, of listening so attentively that you often said more than you'd intended. She found him in the small vestry off the main hall, sitting at a plain table with a cup of tea and what appeared to be an unfinished letter. "I'm glad you came," he said, folding the letter with a care that might have been habit or might have been intention. He was tall and slightly stooped, with the mild manner of a man who had spent years making himself less imposing, and he listened to Eleanor's questions, carefully framed, not quite interrogations, with the full, unhurried attention she'd expected. He had nothing specific to offer about Callum's death. He had seen him at the quay on Friday afternoon. They'd exchanged a few words about the incoming weather, nothing significant. He had not seen him after that. He said all of this simply and without embellishment, and Eleanor found herself with nothing to question because there was nothing that snagged. Duncan Hale, she thought, was either entirely innocent or had had a great deal of practice at this particular kind of conversation. She left without being sure which. She stopped at Macaulay's store because Fraser had opened it. The island's needs didn't pause for murder, and because she needed milk, and because she wanted to see his face. What she saw in his face was not what she'd hoped to see. Fraser was a man whose internal weather showed on him, had always shown on him, and what was showing this morning was agitation badly managed. Too much activity behind the counter, too much rearranging of things that didn't need rearranging, and a very deliberate not quite meeting of her eyes when she asked if he was all right.
"Fine," he said.
"Grand. Just getting things sorted." "It's a difficult time," Eleanor said. He was counting something in the back shelf that didn't need counting. She paid for the milk and said nothing more, but she turned it over on the walk back.
"Fine. Grand.
Just getting things sorted." She had known Fraser Macaulay for 7 years. She had seen him weather his mother's final illness, a burst pipe that had flooded the store's back room, and 2 successive winters that had nearly put him out of business. In all of those, Fraser had been rattled but present. This was different. This was the behavior of a man managing a specific fear rather than a general one. She filed it and walked on. The bookshop was quiet when she let herself in. She stood for a moment in the front room, orienting herself the way she always did, noting the temperature, the quality of the light, the state of the stove. Everything in order. The door to the deep end was closed. She was making tea when she heard the knock. Thomas Vane came in with a bottle of good whiskey and the air of someone who had decided on the right gesture and executed it well. He was dressed in his usual way, that careful, studied casualness. And he looked, Eleanor thought, like a man who had slept better than the circumstances warranted, or who had learned to look rested as a matter of professional necessity. "I brought provisions," he said, setting the whiskey on the counter. "I thought you might need something better than tea." "Tea is exactly what I need," she said, "but I appreciate the thought." He smiled and sat down in the nearer armchair, the one Miriam usually occupied, which Eleanor noticed and said nothing about. "How are you managing?" he asked, genuinely. "I'm managing by keeping moving," she said. "You?" "About the same." He looked around the room with an expression of comfortable familiarity. "I've been thinking about what you said, what Agnes said, rather, that it wasn't an accident."
He paused.
"Someone on this island. That's the arithmetic. Grim arithmetic." He turned his glass. He'd poured himself a small whiskey from the bottle he'd brought and looked at it thoughtfully. "Eleanor, I want to say something, and I want you to hear it as it's meant, which is as a practical observation rather than a finger-pointing. But you asked how I was managing, and the honest answer is I'm managing by thinking about it. The way I think about problems." "All right," Eleanor said, in her listening voice. "Callum came here Friday evening. He used the spare key, so he knew where it was, which is a small circle of people. He brought a box of books, which means he had a reason to come that looked innocent, or he came for another reason and brought the books as cover." He settled back slightly. "You said he'd mentioned bringing a donation to Miriam. So he knew he was coming here, and he told someone, which means he wasn't trying to be secret about the visit itself." It was, Eleanor thought, an accurate and well-organized summary. She thought about manuscripts again, about the quality of clarity that serves the writer rather than the story. "That's useful," she said. "The thing I keep coming back to," Thomas continued, "is the key. That's the detail that doesn't fit accidental encounter. Whoever did this either came in with Callum, which means Callum let them in, which means he trusted them, or was already inside." He looked at her. "Which of those seems more likely to you?" "I don't know yet," Eleanor said. "Of course." He nodded, setting down his glass. "I only want to help. If there's anything I can do." He looked at her with what appeared to be entirely genuine warmth. "You shouldn't be carrying this alone." She thanked him. She made the right sounds. She walked him to the door 10 minutes later with the right combination of gratitude and exhaustion that sent a person home, and she watched him go down the harbor road with his coat collar turned up against the wind, and she went back inside. She stood very still in the middle of the front room. She thought about what he'd said.
The key.
The circle of people who knew where the spare key was kept, the question of whether Callum had let someone in or someone had been already there. It was only then, standing in the amber quiet, that she realized something. She had not told Thomas about the spare key. She had not mentioned it to anyone today. She had not, in fact, mentioned the spare key to anyone since the police call yesterday, when she'd explained the access to the officer on the phone. Agnes knew, obviously. Miriam knew, because she'd given Miriam the information years ago. A small number of people knew the key existed and where it lived. But she had not discussed it today. She stood with that for a long moment, turning it over. Then she went to the back room, to her catalog desk, and took the book from the drawer. The afternoon light from the window was at its best now, flat and clear. She opened the book to the pages near the back, and this time, with the light correct and her hands steady, she eased out the folded sheet of paper and opened it with the slow care it required. The paper was pale brown and genuinely fragile, and the writing on it was cramped and rushed, as though the writer had been pressed for time or worked in a state of some urgency. It was in the same period hand she'd seen in Hamish's photocopied letters, or a hand close enough to it that she could not say with certainty it was different. It was addressed, "My dear Henderson," and it read, in the part she could make out, though the right-hand edge of the paper was ragged where it had torn, "I send you here with the completed text, as we discussed." You will understand my concern that the documents included are genuine and may be recognized as such by persons with sufficient knowledge. I ask you again to consider the importance of." Then the torn edge. The rest gone. She sat very still with the letter in her hands. Genuine documents. Included in the manuscript. Documents that might be recognized. This letter was either real, in which case it was a piece of Alastair Murchison's actual correspondence, which was extraordinary, or it was part of the forgery created to authenticate it, which was a different kind of extraordinary. Either way, someone had known it was here. Someone had wanted the book back badly enough to kill for it. She placed the letter in a clean envelope, sealed it, wrote the date on the outside, and put it in the drawer. Then she went to the kettle, made fresh tea, and sat down at the desk with her notebook. She wrote at the top of a new page, "The book is not what it appears to be." Below it, "Neither, perhaps, is the person who most wants it back." Outside, the storm had not relented. The island was sealed, and the evening was coming in, and there were 11 people on Dunmore Isle, one of them a murderer, and Eleanor Marsh sat in her bookshop with a letter in her drawer, and a growing conviction that the answer to all of this was in the pages she was already holding. She simply hadn't read them carefully enough yet. Chapter 4. The Letter in the Book. Monday morning. The storm had changed overnight, not ended, not even weakened in any meaningful way, but altered in character, the way storms on Dunmore sometimes did after the first brutal day. The wild, disorganized anger of Saturday had settled into something more determined and less theatrical. A steady rain driving in off the sea, a wind that had found its preferred direction and was committed to it, a sky that had taken on the flat, purposeful gray of something that intended to stay. Eleanor stood at her kitchen window with her first coffee of the day and listened to it and thought. She had slept better than she'd expected, which told her something about herself that she wasn't entirely sure she liked. She had always been a person who found clarity at the edge of difficult things. Not calm, exactly, but a quality of focus that arrived when there was a genuine problem to be solved. It had made her a good editor. In those years in London, she had been the person colleagues brought their impossible manuscripts to, the ones that weren't quite working and nobody could say why. She would read them twice and then she would know. She had thought when she left that life that she was leaving the part of herself that operated that way too. She was discovering it had merely been resting. She dressed, put both coats on without pausing to consider the weather any further, and went to the bookshop. Hamish was already there when she arrived at 8:30. He was standing at the front door with his hands in his coat pockets and his breath making small clouds in the cold air, and he had the expression of a man who had not slept particularly well and had spent the unsleeping hours in a state of productive agitation. He was carrying, tucked under one arm, the manila folder she'd seen at his cottage the previous morning. "I wasn't sure what time you'd come," he said. 8 or so, usually. "I've been here since 8. He followed her inside. "I've been thinking about the letter." Eleanor had been thinking about the letter too. She had been thinking about almost nothing else since she'd sealed it in the envelope the evening before, and the fact that she hadn't opened the envelope again, had left it precisely where she'd put it in the desk drawer, had required more self-control than she would have predicted.
"Tea first," she said.
"Yes, all right." He settled into the armchair that was apparently becoming the default seat for people who came to the bookshop with information, and Eleanor put the kettle on and took the envelope from the desk drawer and placed it on the table between them. Hamish looked at it with the restraint of a man who had spent 40 years training himself not to reach for things that weren't yet ready to be reached for.
She made the tea.
She brought the cotton gloves. "Before I show you this," she said, sitting down across from him, "I want to tell you what I saw when I looked at the book yesterday. The whole book, not just the letter. Hamish nodded, folding his hands in his lap with the deliberate patience of someone physically preventing himself from reaching for the envelope. She told him about the foxing. She described it carefully, the way she might describe a manuscript problem to a nervous author. Clearly, without drama, making sure he understood what she was saying and why it mattered. The spots too even, too uniformly distributed, the absence of the clustering that genuine age produced. The spine cracks in the right places but slightly too symmetrical. The paper and typeface correct, the binding adhesive correct, but the accumulated randomness of genuine age replaced by something planned and executed. A forgery, she said. A very good one. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Hamish had gone still in the way she'd noticed before, the profound stillness of a scholar whose understanding is rearranging itself. He looked at the envelope. "Show me," he said. She put on the cotton gloves. She opened the envelope with the careful attention she would give to any fragile document from a private collection, and lifted out the folded paper and laid it gently on the table and opened it. Hamish leaned forward. For a long moment, he said nothing at all. He looked at the letter the way he had looked at his own photocopies the day before, but with an intensity that those copies hadn't earned, because those were reproductions of things that existed in institutional archives and could be seen by anyone with the right permissions. This was something different. This was, if it was what they both thought it was, a document that should have been in a climate-controlled drawer in the National Library of Scotland, not tucked between the pages of a forged novel in a backroom desk drawer on a storm-sealed island. "My dear Henderson," he read, very quietly, as if saying the words aloud might break them. Then he stopped and looked up at her. "This is his hand." "You're certain?" "I have spent 15 years with his handwriting. I am as certain as I can be without laboratory confirmation." His voice was controlled and careful, the voice of a man who had been trained out of certainty and back into it only very slowly. "This is Alastair Murchison's hand." Eleanor let the silence sit for a moment. "Then it's real," she said. "The letter is genuine. The letter is genuine." He looked back at it, at the torn edge where the right-hand portion was missing. And whoever forged the book had access to it. Which means they had access to original Murchison correspondence. He looked up. "Do you understand what that means, Eleanor? Original letters. Authenticated source material. This is not the sort of thing you find in a library. The Henderson papers are held at the National Library, and I have seen every Murchison letter in that collection. This fragment," he leaned closer, careful not to touch, "this is not from the Henderson papers. The salutation is the same, but the paper is different stock. This is from another collection, a private collection. Could it have been sold? Papers of this kind have been sold before, yes. Dispersed from private estates, bought at auction, acquired by collectors who keep them out of institutional reach." He paused. A person with the right connections and enough money could theoretically have assembled a collection of Murchison materials that no academic knows about. He paused again. The right connections in the world of rare documents and private collections. "A forger," Eleanor said, "who also handles stolen books." Hamish looked at her. "You've been thinking further than the letter," he said. "I've been thinking about the island," she said. "About what would make Dunmore Isle useful to someone in that world. Remote, under-scrutinized. A bookshop that gives legitimate reason to discuss and handle rare volumes." She picked up her tea. "Someone who arrived 8 years ago, made himself part of the community, and has spent those 8 years, as far as anyone can tell, writing a novel he never finishes." Hamish was very quiet. "I don't want to say a name yet," Eleanor said. "I don't have enough. But I want you to tell me, If someone were building the Cairn letters forgery, what would they need? Beyond the materials. Hamish thought for a moment, with the focused seriousness of a man running an academic thought experiment who understands it has ceased to be academic. Knowledge of Murchison's biographical context. His vocabulary, his particular rhetorical habits. He was a schoolteacher. His written style has that quality, the careful construction of a man who taught grammar and believed in it. Access to the Henderson correspondence, or a private equivalent, for voice matching. Knowledge of Victorian printing processes. And he paused. Knowledge of a subject about which Murchison would plausibly have written. The land clearances. The legal mechanisms by which powerful families could dispossess fishing communities. He looked at her. That's a specific kind of historical knowledge. The kind a person with a background in Scottish history might have, Eleanor said.
The kind several people might have, Hamish said.
He said it carefully. Eleanor understood it was not a misdirection. It was the academic's habitual insistence on multiple possibilities, the refusal to collapse to a single answer before the evidence demanded it. She respected it. She also noted that he didn't quite meet her eyes when he said it. "All right," she said. "Not yet." She refolded the letter, returned it to the envelope, put the envelope back in the drawer. She looked at the locked drawer for a moment, then at Hamish. "Don't tell anyone about this conversation," she said. "Not yet."
"No," he said.
Of course not. She had been in the shop for perhaps an hour after Hamish left, working her way through the donation box that Callum had brought. The box she should have examined 2 days ago, but which had required certain things to be done first. She had been treating it, she realized, as the last thing to look at, the way you leave the most important letter in a pile for after the rest are dealt with. As though whatever was in it needed the space that came after the other things had been cleared. She pulled back the flaps. The top layer was what she'd expected, a small stack of paperback thrillers, well-read but not damaged, the sort that passed through island households and ended up at the bookshop when the shelves ran out. She set them aside. Below them, 2 hardbacks, a gardening encyclopedia that had seen better decades, and a collection of Scottish folk songs with a water-stained cover. Below those, a paperback atlas with penciled ferry routes marked in the margins, which told a small story about its owner's life. At the bottom of the box, below the atlas, was a single hardback with a paper wrapper. She lifted it out. It was not the sort of book that ended up in donation boxes by accident. It was purposeful, a hardback in good condition, published. She checked the copyright page, 1994, a legal textbook with the dry and specific title Scottish land law, rights, disputes, and documentary evidence. She turned it over. The back gave nothing away. She opened it. Inside the front cover, Callum Strachan's name, written in his large, square hand. She turned to the table of contents and stood very still for a moment, reading it. Chapter 4. The Evidential Value of Original Documents in Disputed Land Claims. Chapter 7. Forgery and Falsification, Legal Standards and Historical Cases. Chapter 9. The Admissibility of Private Letters and Correspondence as Proof. She sat down with the book. She turned to Chapter 7 and found, on the 4th page of it, a passage marked with a single penciled line in the margin. She read it. The passage described the legal distinction between a document produced with intent to deceive and a document produced as a genuine record that was subsequently misrepresented. It noted that the legal consequences for the former were significantly more severe, and that establishing intent was therefore the central challenge in any case involving suspected forgery of historical documents. She turned to Chapter 9. Another penciled mark, a passage about the authentication of private correspondence as primary evidence. And at the bottom of the page, in Callum's handwriting so small she had to bring the book close. The words, "Not enough alone." She put the book down carefully on the desk. Not enough alone. Callum had been building a case. He had been reading about the legal requirements for proving forgery, about what constituted admissible evidence, about what it would take to make what he knew into what could be proven. He had come to the bookshop on Friday night carrying the forged book, which was one piece of it. The Murchison letter inside the book, which she suspected he didn't know was there, which had been missed in the original package, was another piece, the piece that perhaps he had found later and included without fully understanding its significance. He had been trying, she thought, to gather enough that it would hold. Not enough alone. She opened her notebook. The knock at the front door came at just past 11. She expected Miriam, or Agnes, or the mild and careful presence of Duncan Hale. What she got was Isla Macaulay, slightly breathless, her dark red hair stuck to her face from the rain, wearing an expression that was the combination of decision made and second thoughts already arriving. "I saw something," Isla said, before Eleanor could say anything at all. "This morning. I didn't know if I should come, but I thought you should know." Eleanor stood back from the door.
"Come in."
"Let me get you something warm." "I don't need anything warm." But she came in and stood in the middle of the front room and gathered herself. Behind the store, there's an old incinerator. Metal drum. We use it in autumn for garden waste, papers from the store's back office. Dad uses it every few months. She looked at Eleanor directly, the directness that was one of Isla's most characteristic things, the gaze that arrived like a question you hadn't expected. This morning he was out there burning something. At 7:30 in the morning in the rain. I was up early, I couldn't sleep, and I saw him from the kitchen window. Eleanor waited. I went out to ask if he was all right. He said yes, he was just sorting. She stopped. He was burning papers, Eleanor. Old papers, from what I could see. But his hands were shaking. Did you see what the papers were?
No.
He had them in a box, a cardboard box, and he was feeding them in. When he saw me coming, he closed the box, and he said it was just to count records. He shredded them every few years. Nothing to worry about. Isla's jaw tightened slightly. He's a terrible liar. I've known he's a terrible liar since I was about 6. Eleanor looked at her.
Isla.
Does your father know something about what happened to Callum? The pause before the answer was just long enough to be an answer in itself. I don't know what he knows, Isla said. But something's frightening him, and it started before Friday, before Callum died. She looked at Eleanor with a directness that was also, Eleanor realized, a kind of plea.
He's not a bad man.
I need you to understand that. Whatever he's mixed up in, he wouldn't. He's just my dad, and he's scared, and I don't know how to help him. I know he's not a bad man, Eleanor said simply. Will you talk to him? Yes. Fraser Macaulay's store was 2 minutes' walk from the bookshop, and Eleanor had walked it in varying weathers and states of mind enough times that her feet knew the route without being asked. Today she walked it in cold, driving rain with her head down and her thoughts moving quickly. Fraser was behind the counter when she came in, doing something with the stock management tablet he'd acquired 2 years ago and never quite made peace with. He looked up when the bell above the door rang, and she saw his face arrange itself. She could see it happening, the way you can see someone take a breath before diving, into something that would pass for ordinary. It didn't quite get there. Eleanor. He set the tablet down. Everything all right? I wanted to talk, she said. He was quiet for a moment. Then he looked toward the back of the store. Let's go through. The back of Macaulay's store was half stockroom, half office. Shelves of backup inventory, a desk buried under delivery paperwork, Two mismatched chairs that had been there since Fraser's father's time and would probably outlast everyone on the island. Fraser sat in the one nearest the door, which Eleanor noted because it was the one closest to an exit, and Eleanor sat in the other, and they looked at each other in the way of two people who have known each other for 7 years and are now in a situation neither of them chose. "I know you're frightened," Eleanor said. "I'm not here to make it worse." Fraser looked at his hands. They were large hands, like his father's had been. Capable hands that had spent decades moving stock and fixing things and holding the practical details of island life together. They were not, at this moment, entirely steady. "I haven't done anything wrong," he said. "I want you to know that. I believe you." He looked up at that, as if he'd expected argument. "But you know something," Eleanor said. "And you're trying to decide whether keeping it to yourself is protecting you or making it worse." A long silence.
"Both," he said.
"Fraser, a man is dead. On this island, in that building." She didn't gesture, but he knew which building she meant. "Whatever you're afraid of, the police are coming. 2 days, maybe 3. When they get here, the time for choosing what to say will be over." He rubbed one hand over his face. He looked suddenly very tired. "About 2 years ago," he said, finally, the words coming out in the flat, resigned tone of someone who has been sitting on something too long and is relieved, in spite of themselves, to put it down. "The store had a bad year. 2 bad years, actually. I borrowed some money to keep things running. Stupid, maybe. But there wasn't another choice I could see." "Who from?" He was quiet for a moment. "It was arranged through Thomas," he said.
"Vane."
He said he had a contact, private loan, no questions about the store's accounts, better terms than the bank. I should have asked more questions. I know that, but I needed the money, and I asked fewer questions than I should have." Eleanor kept her face neutral. "And part of the arrangement was that I didn't ask about certain packages. Deliveries that came to the store now and then picked up by somebody not going through the normal inventory. I didn't look at them, I didn't log them. That was what I was paying with, in a way. My silence." He looked at Eleanor with an expression that was tired and ashamed in equal measure. "I didn't know what they were. I still don't know, not really. But I knew something was wrong with it, and I looked away." "The packages were collected by who?" "Different people. Twice it was Thomas himself. A few times visitors. People from the mainland, staying at Petra's."
He paused.
"The last one was about a week ago. 5 days before Friday. A man I hadn't seen before." Eleanor sat with that for a moment. "You're going to have to tell the police all of this," she said. "I know." He didn't look relieved about it. "I know. I was going to. I was just working up to it." He let out a breath. "Something like that." She left him there, standing up slowly like a man whose back had been carrying something heavy and has just put it down. The ash from the morning's fire in the incinerator was probably nothing recoverable, but Eleanor thought she now had a reasonable sense of what it had been. Records of the arrangement with Thomas's contact. The money trail. Not the money that implicated Fraser in the murder. The money that implicated Fraser in looking away. Which was, she thought, walking back to the bookshop into the face of the rain. A very different thing, and a very human one. She had known people who looked away before. She had been, in certain seasons of her own life, someone who looked away. There was nothing in it she recognized as evil. There was only fear, and the arithmetic that fear does in the dark, where everything else gets smaller, and the thing you're afraid of gets larger than it actually is. She was back at the shop by early afternoon, standing in the deep end. She had not spent much time in this room since Saturday morning, beyond what was necessary. Agnes had been here, and Eleanor had helped Agnes with what needed doing, but she had otherwise kept the door closed the way you keep a room closed that you're not ready to be in yet. Today she had decided she was ready. She stood in the doorway first, as she always did, and looked. The room was quiet. The overhead light threw its familiar shadows. The shelves of unsorted fiction stood in their rows, the donation boxes stacked in the corner, where they'd always been stacked. The flagstone floor.
She went in.
She moved slowly along the fiction shelves, her eyes going over the spines with the unhurried attention she gave to any cataloging work. The books were in the state she'd left them, slightly disordered, the way overflow stock always was, nothing quite properly organized, donations mixed in with older stock. She'd been meaning to sort this room properly for 6 months. She was sorting it now, just differently than she'd planned. She reached the shelf near the far wall, the shelf closest to where Callum had been lying. The books here were older stock, Victorian and Edwardian fiction that had come in a house clearance 4 years ago and had never quite found buyers. She'd kept them because they were worth keeping. Her eyes moved along the spines without particular urgency. Then she stopped. At the end of the shelf, in the corner nearest the wall, there was a pair of bookends, bronze, in the shape of anchors, each one perhaps 6 inches high. She had bought them at a mainland market before she'd even moved to the island, thinking they were the right thing for a bookshop near the sea. They had sat at the end of this shelf for 7 years. She looked at them. They were not quite right. She had seen them every time she'd come into this room for 7 years, and her eye knew their positions the way you know the position of every object in a room you inhabit daily, without being able to immediately say how you know. And they were not quite right. The left one was very slightly further from the wall than it should be. Not much. Perhaps an inch. But her eye registered it the way it registered the wrong word in a sentence. Not loudly, not with alarm, just with a small, insistent wrongness. She put on her cotton gloves. She reached for the left anchor bookend and lifted it carefully. It was heavier than she remembered. She turned it over. On the base of it, the flat bottom surface that sat against the shelf, there was a stain. Very faint, very small, the color of old rust, or of something that had dried to that color. She looked at it for a long time in the overhead light, and the overhead light was not generous, and she could not be absolutely certain of what she was seeing. But she was certain enough. She set the bookend back on the shelf, very carefully, in exactly the position she'd found it. She took off her gloves. She stood in the middle of the room for a moment. Then she went to the front room and sat at her desk and opened her notebook and wrote, in her precise hand, the words. Not an implement brought, an implement found, and below that, something that lived here in this room, replaced afterward, almost perfectly. She closed the notebook. The stove ticked in the front room. The rain continued its committed assault on the island's western face. In the front room, the familiar amber warmth of the lamp and the good worn leather of the chairs and the long walls of books that had been here through years and seasons, and one particular terrible Friday night. At 6 o'clock, she heard the knock. Thomas Vane, with a bottle of wine this time. He stood in the doorway with the wind behind him, his silver hair slightly disordered for once, looking, she had to concede it, genuinely concerned. I thought you shouldn't be alone in there tonight, he said. I could stay for a while, if you'd like the company. We don't have to talk about any of it. She looked at him, at the warmth in his face, at the ease with which it sat there. That's very kind, she said, but I'm all right. Eleanor. Truly. I think I need the quiet. She smiled, and the smile was not dishonest, because she had learned in 15 years of publishing how to be genuinely warm toward people whose work you were about to decline. Thank you for thinking of it. She watched him walk away down the harbor road, his coat dark against the rain-gray evening, his step unhurried, and she waited until he had turned the corner and was out of sight. Then she turned and looked back into the bookshop, at the front room and the middle room beyond it, and the closed door to the deep end at the back. She thought about what Thomas had offered, to be inside the building, in the room with her, with the book in the desk drawer and the letter in its envelope and the bookend on the shelf with its small and terrible stain. She thought, everyone else, when they came to the door, had stayed at the door. Fraser had stood on the step. Agnes had come directly to the back room, her reason professional and specific, and left. Miriam came and went through the front, stayed near the stove, never moved toward the back. Hamish today had sat in the chair and stayed there. Isla had stood in the middle of the front room. Only Thomas had sat in the armchair, as if the building were his to inhabit. Only Thomas had offered to come inside and stay.
She thought about that.
She stood in the doorway of her own bookshop for a long moment, looking at the room she had built, the life she had made on this island, the safety she had spent 7 years constructing. She thought, the thing about editors is that they learn very early that the most dangerous manuscripts are the ones that feel the most fluent. She went inside. She locked the door. She went to the desk and opened her notebook to the newest page. At the top she wrote a single line, "Who comes inside?" Then she sat and thought about it, in the amber light of her lamp, with the rain against the windows and the sea somewhere in the dark beyond, and the answer that was forming in the back of her mind, clear and cold and not yet spoken, began, very quietly, to take the shape of a name. Chapter 5. Old Stone, Old Secrets. The meeting had been Duncan Hale's idea. He came to the bookshop on Tuesday morning in the rain and put it to Eleanor with the gentle reasonableness he brought to most things, that the community was fracturing quietly, that people were staying in their cottages with their fears and their suspicions, and their doors latched against a killer who was, statistically, almost certainly someone they had shared a table with, and that this was not healthy for anyone. What he proposed was simple. Everyone together, the old schoolhouse at 2 o'clock, just to talk. Not an interrogation. A gathering. The kind of thing the island had always done when things went wrong. Eleanor thought about it. She thought about 11 people in a room, one of whom was a murderer, all of them frightened, and the particular combustibility of that combination. She thought about what she already knew and what she didn't yet know, and whether a gathering would help or hinder the knowing. "All right," she said. 2 o'clock. Duncan nodded, as if this had been inevitable, and went to tell the others. The old schoolhouse sat at the island center, 50 yards up the lane that climbed away from the harbor road toward the central ridge of Carnmore. It was not a dramatic building, squat gray like everything else on Dunmore. But it had a quality of solidity that came from having been the place where several generations of island children had learned to read and write and sit still for longer than came naturally to them. The last class had graduated in 1991. Since then it had served as storage, as a venue for the occasional visiting doctor or dentist, and as the gathering place the island reached for when the pub felt too small or too informal for the weight of what needed to be said. Eleanor arrived at 1:45 and found the door already unlocked, which meant Duncan had been there first. The heating, such as it was, had been on for perhaps an hour and had achieved a temperature slightly above the ambient outdoors, but considerably below comfortable. The room smelled of old wood and something institutional that never quite went away. A dozen metal folding chairs stood in a rough circle in the center, the kind that had been in the room since the 1970s and made a particular sound when you sat down on them that carried clearly to everyone else. She stood inside the door and looked at the chairs and thought about what was going to happen in them, and then people began to arrive. They came in ones and twos, shaking rain from their coats. Hamish, with his manila folder under his arm, which Eleanor recognized as the folder from his cottage, he had brought his research, which told her something about where his mind was. Petra Lindqvist, taller than almost everyone else in the room, with the composed expression of a woman who had managed difficult guests for 12 years and had learned to be the stillest person in an agitated room. Finn Gallagher, slightly distracted, as always, as though part of him had been left at the research station and would prefer to get back to it. Bridget Farrow came alone and sat slightly apart from the nearest chair, the way she always positioned herself in groups, leaving just enough space to signal that she was present on her own terms. She had paint under her fingernails, which meant she had been working that morning, which struck Eleanor as either admirable composure or the most honest possible response to what the island was currently living through, making something while the world was difficult. Eleanor suspected it was both. Agnes Petrie arrived and took the chair nearest the door and put her medical bag on the floor beside her with the air of a woman who is attending this gathering in a professional as well as personal capacity and intended everyone to remember it. Nora Strachan came in last, a few minutes after 2, and chose a chair slightly back from the circle at a slight angle to the main group. She had the look she'd been carrying since Saturday morning. Not raw grief anymore, not exactly, but something that had closed over the rawness the way ice closes over water, a surface that looked solid but moved very slightly when you pressed on it. Eleanor watched her and thought, she's holding something. Not new grief, a specific thing. Fraser was already seated, with Isla beside him. Fraser's expression was the expression of a man who had confessed something to one person and was now sitting in a room full of people, any of whom might ask him a direct question. Thomas Vane arrived with the relaxed punctuality of someone who had decided that arriving at precisely the right moment was a social skill, which Eleanor had come to understand. It was for him. He found a chair, settled into it with the ease of a man at home, and looked around the room with what appeared to be attentive concern. And Duncan, who had organized all of this, sat at the natural head of the rough circle and looked at his hands for a moment, and then looked up and began. What he said at the start was simple and good. He said that they were a community, and that this was not a word he used lightly. He said that Callum Strachan had been part of that community for his entire life, that his father and his grandfather had been islanders, and that whatever had happened on Friday night was not only a crime but a grief. He said that the police would come and that when they came the island would do its full duty. He said that until then, what was required of them was to be honest with each other and careful, and not to let fear do the work that honesty should do. It was well said. Eleanor meant it when she told him so, later. It lasted perhaps 8 minutes. Then a chair scraped, and Fraser said, in a voice that was trying very hard to be calm, "I want to know whether anyone has talked to the police yet about people's movements on Friday evening. Because it seems to me that the conversation that should be happening is about where everyone was, and I don't see why we're talking around it." The temperature in the room, already low, dropped another notch. "We've all spoken to Eleanor," Agnes said, in her professional voice, the one that made it clear the subject was being managed. "Some of us have," Fraser said. "I haven't," said Finn mildly. "Eleanor hasn't asked me yet. I'll speak to everyone," Eleanor said. "I'm working through it. Working through it." Fraser's voice had taken on a quality she didn't like, not aggressive, but frightened, the edge that fear put on words when it had been sitting too long. "Callum is dead in that building and someone here. Fraser." Isla put her hand on his arm.
He stopped.
In the pause, Thomas spoke. "I think what Fraser is feeling," he said, with the warmth and precision of someone who had learned to translate other people's difficult emotions into manageable language, "is what we're all feeling. We're frightened. We want it to be over. And the not knowing is its own kind of weight." He looked around the circle. "I said to Eleanor the other day that the key question is who had access to the bookshop. I stand by that. If we think clearly about the practical realities." "I think," Bridget said, from her slightly distant chair, "that the question of who had access is less interesting than the question of who knew the back room well." The room looked at her. Bridget did not appear to notice, or did not care, which was fairly typical of Bridget. She was looking at a point on the floor between her feet with the concentrated expression she wore when she was working out how to say something she could see clearly, but hadn't yet translated into words. "I've been to that room," she said. "The deep end. I've been in it, I don't know, 20 times probably over the years. Bringing donations, looking at the older stock. It's a particular kind of room. Low light, narrow, the shelves close together. If you hadn't been in it before, in that light, you wouldn't move confidently in it." She looked up. Whoever was in it Friday night moved confidently in it. The room was very quiet. "That narrows it," said Hamish, who had been listening with the focused attention of someone taking notes in his head. "Rather," Bridget said, and looked back at the floor. Eleanor noted it. She noted, also, that Thomas was looking at Bridget with an expression she filed away. Attentive, pleasant, and entirely opaque. "I want to ask something," Nora said. Everyone looked at her. It was the first time she'd spoken since arriving, and her voice had the careful quality of someone who had been rehearsing the question. "My father brought a box of books to the shop on Friday. We've all heard this." She looked at Eleanor. "But was there anything else? Anything he left, or anything he was trying to leave behind?" The question landed in the room and sat there. Eleanor chose her words with the care she gave to every word at the moment. "I'm still going through what was in the box," she said. "When I've finished, I'll let you know everything I find." It was not a lie. It was a book with more pages still to turn. Nora looked at her for a moment. Something passed across her face, a decision postponed rather than abandoned. She nodded and looked away. Agnes, who had been watching this exchange with the focused attention of a woman who had spent 30 years reading what people were not saying, caught Eleanor's eye and then carefully looked elsewhere. The meeting deteriorated from there, in the gradual way that gatherings deteriorate when the fear in the room has been named but not resolved. Old grievances surfaced, the way they always did when the island was under pressure. Fraser made a remark about the research station taking up the old net shed that should have stayed community property, which was an old wound that had nothing to do with anything, and Finn absorbed it with the patience of someone who had heard it before and understood it was not really about the net shed. Someone said something about incomers. The word was not directed at anyone specifically, which made it more uncomfortable than if it had been. Eleanor sat through it and watched and listened and catalogued. She watched Agnes, how she shifted in her chair when the conversation moved toward Thomas, how she intercepted a brief exchange between Eleanor and Duncan, placing herself between them with the physical decisiveness of a woman conducting a maneuver, asking Duncan a question about the church's heating system that had no bearing on anything and yet occupied him completely for 3 minutes. Eleanor watched it and thought, "She's protecting him from something. Not from suspicion of the murder, that would have a different quality. From something else. Something smaller and more private." She watched Thomas, how he managed the room's temperature with the same ease he managed every room, cooling tensions with a word, redirecting when a conversation moved toward something that might dislodge him, always, appearing to be the most reasonable person present. He caught her watching him once, briefly, and smiled, and she smiled back, and neither of them said anything, and she thought, this is a conversation we're going to have to finish later. The meeting ended at 3:10 with nothing resolved and everything clarified, which was, Eleanor thought, probably the most useful outcome available. People left in ones and twos. Eleanor stayed to help Duncan stack the chairs, which was the kind of small task that gave you a reason to remain in a room after everyone else had gone, and therefore a reason to speak privately. Agnes seems worried about you, Eleanor said, folding a chair. Duncan stopped and looked at her. There was something in his expression she couldn't quite classify, not defensiveness, not surprise. More like the careful attention of a man who has been expecting a particular door to open and is now watching it open and deciding whether to step through. She fusses, he said. Agnes Petrie doesn't fuss, Eleanor said. In 30 years of island medicine, I don't think she's fussed once. She worries, and when she worries, she acts, and the action is always proportionate to the worry. She folded another chair. She was managing you in that room, Duncan. Keeping you away from certain conversations. The pause was long enough to be informative. There are things, Duncan said carefully, that I know, that I've come to know over the years in my particular role. You understand the nature of pastoral confidence.
Ida.
There are things that sit very uncomfortably with me at the moment. Things I am trying to work out how to square. He looked at the floor. I'm not being evasive, Eleanor. I am genuinely working through something. And Agnes knows that, and she is trying to protect me from being asked questions I'm not ready to answer. Eleanor looked at him. He was a tall man, and the stoop that his height had produced over years of trying to be less imposing gave him a quality of contained uncertainty, as though he were always slightly unsure whether to take up the space he occupied. It was, she thought, a quality that could be mistaken for vacillation but was actually something more considered. When you're ready, she said, I'm here. I know, he said. And yes. Soon, I think. She left it there. Miriam was waiting outside. She was standing under the schoolhouse's narrow eave with her long scarf and her upright posture and the expression of a woman who had decided she was going to say something and was waiting for the appropriate moment in the way of someone who understands that appropriate moments sometimes need to be manufactured. Walk with me, she said. They walked the lane toward the harbor, into the wind, which was still insisting on itself. Miriam walked at a pace that was brisk for 74 and did not invite comment. I've been remembering more, Miriam said, about the package. Eleanor said nothing, which was the right response. I told you I thought I'd seen the book before. What I should have told you, what I wasn't certain enough to tell you, is the context. Miriam's voice was steady, but Eleanor heard the quality in it of someone who had been sorting through memory with the care you bring to fragile paper. It was 2016, early summer. I was still running the shop. There was a man staying at Petra's for a week in June. He came into the shop twice, had a look around, bought a few things. Very pleasant, very knowledgeable about books. He introduced himself as a collector. Did he give a name? He gave a name. I couldn't tell you now what it was. I wrote it in the visitor's book I kept then. I passed that book to you when we transferred the shop. It should be in the back office somewhere in a stack of old records. Eleanor made a mental note to find it. This man received a package while he was at Petra's. He mentioned it in passing, said it had followed him from a previous stop on his trip. He'd been island hopping, he said, as collectors sometimes do when they're looking for particular things at estate sales and the like. Miriam paused. He brought the package into the shop on his second visit. He wanted to show me something, he said. He took out a book. Eleanor kept her steps even. her breathing steady. "He showed me the book for perhaps 2 minutes," Miriam said. "A small leather-bound Victorian volume. He said it was a significant find, an unpublished novel by a minor Scottish poet, found in an estate collection. He seemed very pleased with it." She paused again. I looked at it. I opened it. I read the first few pages, standing at the counter. And I thought, I didn't know why I thought this. I couldn't have told you what was wrong exactly. I thought, this isn't quite right. "The foxing," Eleanor said. Miriam glanced at her. I didn't know the word for it then. I just knew there was something about the paper that didn't feel the age it was claiming to be. But he was charming and plausible, and I told myself I was imagining it. Books found in estate collections after 150 years of being in an attic somewhere look all kinds of ways. I said something admiring, and he tucked it away and left the next morning. "The package," Eleanor said. "You said it was wrapped in oilcloth."
Yes.
Oilcloth, tied with waxed cord. The kind of wrapping you'd use to protect something from damp on a sea crossing. She paused. And it smelled of printer's ink. Not fresh ink, the older smell, the heavier kind. The smell of print processes that predate the modern ones. She looked at Eleanor. "I've been a bookseller for 20 years. I know what fresh print smells like, and I know what old print smells like. This was the smell of old processes done recently. Does that make sense?" "It makes a great deal of sense," Eleanor said. "That's what I couldn't name at the time. I knew something was wrong with the smell, but I couldn't place it." Miriam stopped walking at the harbor wall, where the wind came off the water with full authority. "He wasn't a resident, Eleanor. He was a visitor. But someone invited him here. Someone arranged his visit and arranged that package and arranged what it contained." She looked at Eleanor with the direct intelligence that was one of Miriam Voss's most enduring characteristics. This island was being used for something, long before any of us understood it. Eleanor turned to look at the harbor, at the gray water and the low cloud, and the Morag Jean sitting in its winter mooring with the patient solidity of something waiting for the season to change. "I need to find that visitor's book," she said. "I thought you might," Miriam said. The visitor's book was where Miriam had said it would be. In the back office, in a cardboard archive box under 2 years of delivery receipts and a defunct VAT record she'd been meaning to throw away. Eleanor found it at 4:30, in the quiet of the bookshop after the meeting, and sat at the desk and opened it. The book covered 7 years of Miriam's ownership. Every entry in Miriam's small, precise hand, names, dates, brief notes. Miriam had kept good records, another reason, Eleanor thought, that she'd run the shop well. The June 2016 section occupied half a page. She found the entry, June 12th to June 19th. A single visitor, male, noted as coming in twice. Miriam had written in her characteristic abbreviated style, V, knowledgeable, collector, brought a find, VP volume, slightly dubious, queried foxing. The name in the line above, R. Calloway. Eleanor looked at the name for a moment. Then she turned to the front of the visitor's book, where Miriam had kept, in her methodical way, a short index of notable visitors. She ran her finger down it. Calloway R. June 2016. See page 47. She turned to page 47. Read the full entry. Looked at it. Below Miriam's note about the dubious Victorian volume, written in what appeared to be a later edition, the ink slightly different, as though added after the visitor had gone. A single line. Ask Petra if there's a forwarding address. She closed the book. She went to the window and looked out at the harbor road in the late afternoon dark, at the rain on the glass and the lights of the cottages and the lamp above the anchor's door. She thought about a collector named Calloway visiting the island in June 2016. She thought about Thomas Vane arriving on the island in the autumn of 2018, 2 years later, and settling in with such comfortable ease that within a year he felt like someone who had always been there. She thought about a transit operation that needed a human presence on the island, someone permanent, someone trusted, someone who could receive and pass on and answer for packages without a rousing question. And she thought, what if Calloway wasn't the end of the chain? What if Calloway was the test run, the reconnaissance, the advanced scout? What if someone had looked at Dunmore Isle in the summer of 2016? Its isolation, its limited scrutiny, its small bookshop with its legitimate handling of rare volumes, and thought, this will do, and then come back, 2 years later, to stay? She stood at the window and let the shape of it sit in her mind, and the shape was large and cold and clear, like the water outside the harbor wall in the storm's gray light. She was still standing there 20 minutes later when she heard a step on the harbor road. She looked out and saw, through the rain-streaked glass, 2 figures, Finn Gallagher and Isla Macaulay, walking together in the direction of the marine station. They were not walking the way people walk when they happen to be going the same direction. They were walking the way people walk when they've decided to go the same direction deliberately, close enough that their shoulders occasionally met the wind together. It was a small thing to notice. It was also, Eleanor thought, one of the few unambiguously good things she had noticed all week. She watched them until they turned the corner past the anchor, and then she turned away and went to her notebook and opened it and looked at what she had written. The investigation had 2 tracks, she wrote. The book, the transit point, the packages, the collector named Calloway, the loan arranged through Thomas, the terrible machinery of a decade's careful positioning. Below that she wrote, they're the same track. And below that, in the handwriting she used when she was thinking clearly and did not want to second-guess herself out of the truth, the same person made the book and built the route and stood in this room on Friday night. She closed the notebook. She went to the stove and put another log on and sat in the reading chair and looked at the fire for a long time. Callum Strachan had read a book about forgery and the law and evidence, and had written in the margin, "Not enough alone." He had understood that the book was one piece, and the letter was another piece, and neither was sufficient by itself. He had been building toward sufficiency, patiently, alone, over 3 years. He had come here to find the person who could help him build the last part of it.
She thought about that.
About the particular loneliness of carrying a secret in the direction of justice, one quiet, careful step at a time, in a place where the weather sealed you in, and the world was very small, and the person you were building a case against was someone who came to the pub on Wednesdays and was charming and warm and good in a crisis. She thought about Daniel. Thought about him briefly, the way she let herself think about him in the moments when she wasn't guarding against it. Not the grief, but the person, the small, deliberate person who had been so interested in doing things properly, who had, at age 7, informed her with complete seriousness that there was a right way and a wrong way to read a book, and the right way was slowly. She had always believed him. The fire ticked. Outside, the storm continued its patient work. On the shelf in the deep end, the bronze bookend held its small, dark secret. In the desk drawer, the forged book sat next to the authentic letter, and the authentic letter sat next to the legal textbook, and the legal textbook had a note in Callum's hand that said "Not enough alone," and Eleanor Marsh sat by her fire in the warmest bookshop at the end of the world and thought about what enough might look like, and what it might take to get there, and where she needed to look next. Where she needed to look next, she thought, was at what she still didn't know. What she didn't know was who, precisely, Callum had been watching for 3 years. She had the shape of it. She had the logic of it. She had, in the back of her mind, a name that was forming and solidifying with the quiet insistence of something that had been growing in the dark and had decided it was time to be seen. What she needed was the structure underneath the name. The scaffolding that made the name something more than a feeling, more than editorial instinct, more than the dry conviction that this particular narrative was working too hard to convince her it was telling the truth. She needed what Callum had been building. She needed what Nora Strachan knew and had not yet said. Chapter 6: What Nora Knows. Wednesday began with a break in the rain. Not a break in the storm. The wind was still running hard off the Atlantic, and the sky was still the color of old pewter, but the rain itself had paused, as though it had been going steadily for 3 days and needed a moment to gather itself before continuing. Eleanor stepped outside at 8 in the morning, and the air hit her face with cold clarity rather than cold wet, and she took several slow breaths of it and thought about what she intended to do with the day. She had thought about Nora Strachan for much of the night. Not constantly, not obsessively. She had slept, finally, in the deep determined way of a person who has decided that sleep is necessary and has made peace with whatever stands between her and it. But Nora had been in the background of the sleeping and the waking both. The question at the meeting that was not quite a question. Was there anything else? Anything he left, or anything he was trying to leave behind? A daughter asking about a father's last errand. A daughter who knew, or suspected, what the errand had been. Eleanor had known in the moment that the question had more weight than its surface carried. She had chosen not to push. Now she thought it was time to push, or rather, she corrected herself, pulling on her coats by the cottage door. Not push, but offer. There was a difference between pushing and opening a door, and stepping back far enough that the other person could choose whether to walk through it. She made a pot of soup.
She put it in a flask.
She walked to Callum Strachan's cottage on the south side of the harbor. The cottage was the kind of building that announced its owner's character without meaning to. It was extremely tidy from outside. The window boxes empty now, but the wood painted recently. The path to the door clear of the debris that the storm had scattered along every other path on the island. The door itself solid and well-maintained. Callum had been a careful man. Careful with his boat. Careful with his route times. Careful, it turned out, with the records he kept of things he'd seen and understood and could not let go of. Eleanor knocked and waited. It took longer than she expected. Long enough that she wondered whether Nora had gone out, or was not answering, or was standing on the other side of the door making a decision. Then the door opened, and Nora was there in a thick sweater and the expression of someone who had been up since early, and showed it. "I brought soup," Eleanor said. It seemed like the sort of day for soup. Nora looked at her for a moment. Then she stood back and let her in. The interior of the cottage was as tidy as the outside, and it had the particular quality of tidiness that meant someone had been doing it compulsively, the surfaces clear in the way surfaces get clear when anxious hands have been moving things without quite knowing why. On the kitchen table, a cup of cold tea. On the chair by the window, a book that had not been opened. On the counter, a dish of washing up that had been done, carefully and stacked, and stood looking useful in a room where everything else had the air of waiting. Eleanor poured the soup into 2 bowls she found in the cupboard, because the flask was not enough on its own, and sat down, and did not say anything immediately. Nora sat across from her and picked up her spoon and then put it down. "He called me in October," she said, without preamble, without Eleanor having asked anything at all.
He said he wasn't well.
He wasn't specific, you know how he was. He said, "I'm not quite right, come when you can," which for my father meant come now. She looked at the soup without seeing it. "So I came. I took the time, sorted my classes for a substitute, came 2 weeks ago." "Did he seem unwell?" Not physically. He was fine physically. She stopped. He seemed like a man who was carrying something very heavy and had been carrying it for a long time and was beginning to wonder if he'd chosen the wrong way to carry it.
She paused.
Does that make sense? Yes, Eleanor said. He didn't tell me what it was. We loved each other, my father and I, but we weren't good at talking about the things that mattered. We talked around them, all our lives. Something moved in her face. I thought I'd have more time to get better at it. Eleanor sat with that. The cold tea, the unopened book, the carefully washed dishes. The particular debris of a grief that keeps its hands busy because stillness is impossible. I came back from the mainland, Nora said, to try and understand him better. And now I understand him completely, and I can't tell him. Eleanor didn't say anything. There was nothing to say to that which was better than letting it be said. After a while, Nora picked up her spoon. She ate a few spoonfuls of soup. The wind moved against the cottage windows and did not get in. I found something, Nora said. Eleanor kept her hands still on the table. The morning after Saturday morning, I was going through his things. Not searching, just being in the rooms, being near his things. There's a box. She looked at Eleanor. A metal box, the kind you'd use for documents. It was in the drawer under his bed. It was locked. Did you open it? I found the key in his coat pocket. The coat he'd been wearing. She said that quietly, evenly. I opened it. A pause. It had a notebook in it. His handwriting very small, very precise. Dates and names and numbers. 3 years of records, Eleanor. She looked at her hands. He'd been watching someone, or watching something, some kind of operation. Packages coming through the island. Money changing hands. Things that didn't go through official channels. Valuable things, I think, though he didn't always say what they were. He wrote descriptions, but he was careful. He wrote it as if he knew someone else might read it, and he didn't want them to understand it all at once. But you understood it.
Some of it.
Enough of it. She looked up. There are names in it. Most of them I don't recognize. But there's one that appears many times, at the center of everything. A name that keeps appearing next to dates when things move through the island, next to amounts of money, next to decisions. She paused. And next to that name, in the last few entries, my father wrote 2 words. Eleanor waited. Nora said, "Certain now." The cottage was very quiet. Outside, the wind worked at the window frames with patient persistence. Inside, the ticking of the wall clock that had been ticking in Callum Strachan's kitchen for as long as Eleanor had been on the island. "You have the notebook," Eleanor said. "Yes." "And you haven't told anyone?"
No.
Nora looked at her with the directness that was so like her father's. "I've been trying to decide what to do with it. Whether to give it to you, or keep it until the police come," or she stopped. The unspoken option hung in the air between them. "I know how it sounds. It sounds like a person who is frightened," Eleanor said. "Who has just lost her father, and is holding the thing that explains why, and is trying to work out whether being brave is worth the cost." She kept her voice level and direct, which is not a shameful calculation to make. Nora looked at her. "But I need you to understand," Eleanor said carefully, "that the notebook, whatever is in it, is the kind of thing that gets people killed when only one person knows about it." She watched Nora absorb that. "Your father kept it alone for 3 years. I think that was why he came to the shop that night. He had decided that alone wasn't safe anymore. The silence after that was a different quality of silence, the kind that comes before a decision." "There's something else," Nora said. She got up from the table and went to the bedroom door. Eleanor heard a drawer. The sound of something moved. Nora came back with a small metal box and put it on the table between them.
She didn't open it yet.
He was trying to do the right thing, she said. He just didn't tell anyone what the right thing was. He spent 3 years building this case, I suppose, and he did it alone because he didn't trust anyone on this island except maybe the one person he was afraid of approaching. And that person's in that shop. She looked at Eleanor steadily. That person is you. Eleanor found, unexpectedly, that she needed a moment. She picked up her soup bowl, looked at it, set it down. There was something in being told that you had been someone's last and chosen source of trust, in being the person a man had walked through a dark, rainy night to reach, carrying his evidence and his 3 years of careful work, intending to say finally what he had been holding. That required a moment. He was a careful man, she said. He was, Nora said. He was also a stubborn one. And he waited too long. She opened the metal box. The notebook was slim, small, bound in black oilcloth that was worn soft with handling. Inside, Callum's writing, tighter and more controlled than his usual hand, the hand of a man who knew the page might be the only record of something important and was treating it accordingly. Dates ran down the left margin of every entry. Beside each date, a description. Eleanor read with the focused attention she brought to any manuscript. Not skimming, not hurrying, moving through it at the pace it had been built at. 3 years compressed into these small pages. Package movements noted by date and rough description. Financial figures, considerable figures, noted beside abbreviated names that she understood were either real names abbreviated or aliases. And one name that appeared first as a careful description, a person described by physical detail and behavior rather than named. Then abbreviated, then in the later entries, named directly. T. Vane.
She looked at it.
She turned pages. The entries grew denser in the last 6 months. Callum had been moving closer, gathering specifics, building the case he'd described in the margins of the land law book. In the October entries, the month he'd called Nora, the month he'd said, "I'm not quite right, come when you can," the entries changed in quality. More urgent, more precise, as though he'd reached a decision. The last entry was dated the 12th of November, 2 days before his death. It said, in full, "The book returned. This is enough. Must speak to E at title pages. She will understand the book. She will understand what it means. T knows I have it. Time running out." Eleanor read it twice. Then she sat back and looked at the ceiling of Callum Strachan's kitchen and took a slow, even breath. He had known time was running out. He had known Thomas knew the book was in his possession. He had walked into the bookshop on Friday night not entirely without understanding the risk. He had walked in anyway because the alternative was silence, and he had decided against silence. She thought about that word in the margin of the land law book. Not enough alone. He had been right. The book alone was not enough. The letter he hadn't known was in the book. The notebook. The visitor's book with Calloway's name. The pattern in the tide charts that Finn had mentioned. The context she hadn't quite followed up on yet. Fraser's testimony. Each piece by itself a thread. Together they were becoming something that could hold a person's weight. She looked at Nora. "I need to keep this," she said. "Not permanently. You'll have it back, and the police will have it. But I need to work with it." Nora looked at the notebook in Eleanor's hands. Then she nodded. One deliberate, final nod. "He trusted you," she said. "So, I trust you." Eleanor walked back along the harbor road with the notebook in her inside pocket, which was the most secure place she had, and her thoughts moving at a pace that felt almost visible, like weather. She was 3/4 of the way home when she heard her name. Isla Macaulay was coming from the direction of the marine station, walking quickly with her hands in her pockets and her chin down against the wind, and when she looked up and saw Eleanor, she altered her course. "I was coming to find you," Isla said. "Walk with me." They walked side by side without looking at each other, which was the easiest way to have a difficult conversation in the open, and both of them, independently, knew it. "There's something I should have told you days ago," Isla said. "I've been trying to work out how to say it without. It's about my father. Not what you already know. Something earlier." "Tell me." 6 months ago, maybe 7, a package arrived at the store, addressed to Dad in his name, but it hadn't come through any of our normal suppliers. Wrong kind of wrapping, wrong return address. Dad wasn't in. I signed for it. She paused. "I don't usually open packages meant for Dad, but something about this one, the wrapping, the weight of it. I opened it." Eleanor kept walking, kept her pace even. "It was a book," Isla said. "Not a new book. Old. Wrapped in tissue and then in cloth. A leather-bound Victorian thing, it looked like. There was no note, no explanation, nothing to say where it came from or who'd sent it." She glanced at Eleanor. "I put it back in the wrapping, and I put it on Dad's desk, and I waited for him to mention it." "Did he?"
No.
"When he came back, it was gone from his desk. He never said a word about it."
She paused.
"I should have asked. I know I should have asked. But Dad had been strange for months by that point, and I'd already decided not to push, because pushing with Dad always ended the same way, him going quiet and me feeling like I'd made things worse." She looked straight ahead. 2 days later, I happened to be in the store when Thomas Vane came in to pick something up, which he did occasionally, not regularly, but sometimes. And Dad handed him a small package from behind the counter. Eleanor stopped walking. Isla stopped beside her. "It was the right size," Isla said. "I can't prove it was the same book, but it was the right size and the right weight, and Dad wouldn't meet my eye afterward, and Thomas left looking." She paused, choosing the word, satisfied. The harbor wall was 10 feet away. Eleanor leaned against it and looked out at the water, gray and restless, and let this settle into the picture she was building. Thomas Vane, receiving rare and valuable books through a network of transit points, using Fraser's store, and Fraser's desperate gratitude for a loan arranged through Thomas's network as a collection point, moving packages onward. Thomas at the center of it, Thomas who had been on this island for 8 years, building his cover story 1 novel chapter at a time, making himself part of the furniture, making himself trusted. "You're certain it was Thomas he gave it to?" "I've known Thomas Vane for 8 years, Isla said.
Yes.
"I'm certain." She said it with a flatness that had no uncertainty in it at all. Eleanor looked at her and saw something she recognized, the particular quality of a person who has been watching something they couldn't name and has just been given the name for it, and the naming has brought not relief but a cold, settling clarity. "There's something else," Isla said. She hesitated.
Finn.
"What about Finn?" "He's been worried about something. For months. He mentioned it last night. We were talking after the meeting, and he said something about his tide charts being used for purposes he hadn't intended." She looked at Eleanor.
He didn't say more than that.
"I don't think he understood it fully himself. But you should talk to him." Eleanor stored it carefully.
Tide charts.
She thought about the crossing patterns, about the particular windows in late autumn when the channel between Dunmore and the mainland was rough enough to deter casual traffic, but not impossible for a determined and knowledgeable crossing. She thought about the kind of person who would need to know when those windows were and when they weren't. "I'll talk to him," she said.
Isla nodded.
She stood for a moment in the way of someone who has done the thing they came to do and is recalibrating now that it's done. Some of the tension had gone out of her shoulders. "Is my father going to be all right?" she said. Not as a question about the investigation, but underneath it. "Your father looked away," Eleanor said.
He didn't act.
"There's a difference legally and every other way. But he needs to tell the police everything he told me. He needs to do it properly and without leaving anything out."
He will, Isla said.
"He's been ready to for days. He just needed," she stopped. "He needed someone to tell him it was the right thing and that doing it wouldn't break him." "Tell him it's the right thing," Eleanor said. "And that it won't." Isla looked at her for a moment with the directness that was so characteristic, that arriving gaze that didn't permit evasion. Then she nodded once and pulled her hands from her pockets and turned and walked back the way she'd come. Eleanor watched her go and thought, she came back to this island hurt. She came back to shelter. And instead of shelter, she got a murder, a frightened father, and a stranger who keeps asking her to be brave. She is being brave anyway. That, Eleanor thought, was worth noting. She was back at the bookshop at noon, sitting in the reading chair, the notebook open on her knee, a fresh page of her own notebook open beside it. She was building a map. Not a physical map, but a relational one, the kind she used to draw for tangled manuscripts that had too many characters and not enough architecture. Lines between people, lines between events, lines between the things that were known and the things that were suspected, and the things that remained gaps. Thomas Vane was at the center of it now. She drew his name and drew lines outward. To Fraser, the loan, the packages, the enforced silence. To Isla, the delivery, the handoff, the book she'd opened and recognized as wrong. To Callum, 3 years of careful watching, a notebook, a final decision, a Friday night. To the book, the forgery, the Murchison letter, the £400,000 she was hypothesizing and not yet able to prove. To the island itself, 8 years of settlement, of charm, of making himself indispensable, of being the person everyone wanted at a difficult gathering because he was so reliably, so fluently, so effortlessly good at managing the room. She drew one more line, from Thomas's name to a box she labeled. The novel. 11 years. Pages seen by no one. A manuscript that apparently existed, but which no one on the island had read more than a few pages of, because Thomas protected it the way writers protect their work, and no one had questioned it, because of course writers protect their work. She looked at that line for a long time. She thought about the conversation she'd had with Thomas 3 days ago, in this very room. She thought about the manuscript question she'd slipped in. Casually, not as an interrogation, just the natural curiosity of a person in publishing, asking him about the shape of his current chapter. He had answered fluently and warmly, describing it with the easy confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was working on.
But
she had been an editor for 15 years. She had talked to hundreds of writers about their manuscripts in progress. And there was a specific quality to how a writer talked about a book they were deeply inside, a quality of inhabiting it, of the book being more real than the room, of details surfacing that hadn't been asked for, because the book was always present. That quality had not been in Thomas's answer. His answer had been fluent and warm and entirely without the specific gravity of genuine creative immersion. It was the answer of a man describing something from the outside. She wrote in her notebook, "The novel is a performance, like everything else." And below that, he came to this island because of what it offered. He stayed because it worked. And below that, the thought she'd been circling for 2 days and was finally willing to write plainly. He was still here on Friday because he couldn't leave until he had the book back. She closed both notebooks. She looked at the fire. She thought, I have the shape of it now. I have the logic of it. I have Callum's 3 years in that oilcloth-covered notebook, and I have the forgery, and I have the Murchison letter, and I have Fraser's testimony, and I have Eastlaw's account of the handoff, and I have a name written in Callum's hand with 2 words beside it, certain now. What I don't yet have is the structure of proof that a good prosecutor could take into a courtroom and build into something that holds. What I need is more of what Callum knew and hadn't yet written down. What I need is Finn's tide charts, because Eastlaw had said something that landed as important even if she hadn't known it. What I need is Petra's records, because Miriam's Calloway and the visitor at the manse were almost certainly the same person, and Petra kept meticulous records, and Petra was a woman who believed in the value of things being correctly noted. And what I need, she thought, looking at the fire and the amber room and the long walls of books that had been here through everything, what I need is for someone else to help me build it. She went to the window. The rain had started again. Down the harbor road, in the fading afternoon, she could see the lights of the island's cottages coming on one by one in the early dark. 11 people, sealed on this island together. 5 days now since Callum had died in the back room of this building, and the storm beginning finally. The forecast had said to move eastward. 2 more days, perhaps. Maybe less. She had 2 days. She thought about Callum walking down this same road on a Friday night with 3 years of evidence and a forged book and the last of his patients. She thought about what it cost to carry something that long and still keep walking toward the person who could help you. She thought, I owe him the same thing. She was still standing at the window when she heard footsteps on the harbor road and looked out and saw Thomas Vane walking past at a steady, unhurried pace, hands in his coat pockets, collar turned up, not looking toward the bookshop, not looking toward it with a deliberateness that was different from simply not looking. She watched him until he turned the corner beyond the anchor and was gone. Then she went to her desk and opened the notebook that had been Callum's and read the last entry again. T knows I have it. Time running out. She looked at it for a long moment. Then she wrote her own note in her own hand, on her own page, and it said, Not for much longer. Chapter 7. What the Water Shows. Thursday morning arrived with a particular quality of light that follows days of solid cloud. Not sunshine exactly. Not yet, but a thinning, a suggestion that the sky had something other than gray in it, and was considering showing it. The storm had turned a corner overnight. The wind was still present and still cold, but it had lost the driving, purposeful quality of the past 4 days and had become something more ordinary. November wind, the kind the island knew and managed and did not take personally. Eleanor noticed it from her window at 7 and felt something shift in her chest. Not relief. Not quite. More like the particular recalibration of a person who has been operating under pressure, so sustained it has become the background condition of everything, and has suddenly registered that the pressure is, marginally, less. 2 days. Perhaps less. She had 2 days, possibly, before the police arrived and the island's careful sealed world cracked open, and everything she'd gathered had to be handed over and trusted to procedures that were right and appropriate and no longer hers to direct. She dressed and drank her coffee standing at the window and made her plan for the day. 3 visits. 3 people who each held a piece of the picture she was assembling, a piece they might not know the value of, a piece she needed to see properly before she could say that what she had was something that would hold. She put on both coats and went out into the thinning weather. The Marine Research Station occupied a converted net shed at the far end of the harbor, past the point where the road became a path and the path became the edge of the shore. It was not a beautiful building. It had been built for function in an era when function meant corrugated iron and poured concrete, but Finn Gallagher had done something to it over 4 years that meant it felt, from outside, as though it was being actively used and cared for, which was its own kind of beauty. The lights were on at 7:30 in the morning, which told Eleanor everything she needed to know about Finn's working habits. She knocked and heard footsteps, and then the door opened and Finn Gallagher stood there with a mug of coffee in each hand, which was not the greeting she'd expected until she understood that Isla had been there and the second mug had been hers, and she'd just left. He looked at the mugs. "I could make more," he said. "Please." He made more, and they stood at the narrow counter in the main room of the station while the equipment hummed and the charts on the wall showed the sea in all its seasonal complexity. The room smelled of salt and printer ink and the particular dry warmth of electronics that had been running continuously for months. Finn Gallagher was 35 and lean in the way of people who forget to eat when they're working, with dark hair that needed cutting and the habitual slightly elsewhere quality of a man whose attention was most naturally directed at things that happened underwater. He was, Eleanor thought, one of the few entirely uncomplicated people on this island, not simple, not shallow, but uncomplicated in the specific sense of being exactly what he appeared to be. A person who found the sea floor more interesting than most things, and had organized his life around that preference. He was also, she noticed, more alert than usual. The elsewhere quality was present but reduced, as if something had recently called his attention back to the surface. "Isla said you needed to talk to me," he said. "She said you'd mentioned something about your tide charts." He was quiet for a moment. Then he turned to the charts on the wall. "Come and look at this." She crossed the room to stand beside him. The charts were pinned in sequence along the main wall. Months of tidal data, the predictive models Finn built from his readings and published online for the benefit of sailors, researchers, coast guards, and anyone else with a reason to know when the waters between Dunmore and the mainland were at their most and least manageable. "I've been publishing these for 4 years, Finn said. He pointed to a particular chart, October of the previous year. 6 months ago, I started noticing a pattern. Here, he traced a column of circled dates. These are what I call minimum observation windows. Not the calmest crossings necessarily, but the crossings where traffic would be lowest. Not the bad weather, when nobody sails. Not the good weather, when the normal ferry and pleasure boats are out. The in-between windows. Rough enough to deter casual crossings, calm enough for a determined and experienced boater who knows the channel." He looked at her. "Do you follow me?" "I follow you. These windows appear on my published charts. I flag them for research vessels who sometimes need to make crossings outside normal ferry times." He moved his finger along the chart. 6 months ago, I went back through my records, the things I note myself, separately from what I publish, observations of actual crossings I log as part of my broader data. And I found that over the past 2 years, there had been crossings. Unscheduled, unofficial, nothing to do with the ferry, that correlated almost perfectly with these minimum observation windows. He paused. Not once or twice. 17 times in 2 years. Eleanor looked at the circled dates. "Someone was using your predictions," she said. "Someone was reading my charts and using them to plan crossings they didn't want observed." His voice was level, but she could hear under it the particular discomfort of a scientist who has discovered that his work has been used for a purpose he didn't intend and couldn't have anticipated. "I don't know who. I don't know what they were crossing with. I only know the pattern. The charts are published online. Anyone could read them." "Online, yes. But the physical charts, the printed versions I make for the people on the island who prefer paper to screens. Those went to 4 people." He moved to his desk, which was stacked with the organized chaos of ongoing research, and opened a drawer and produced a folder. Inside, a short list of names, handwritten with dates. Callum Strachan, obviously, Ferry scheduling. Fraser Macaulay, for the store's supply boat deliveries. I gave you a copy 2 years ago. You asked for them for the shop's shipping records.
He paused.
And Thomas Vane. He asked for a subscription 2 years ago. Said he was writing a novel that involved title crossings and wanted accurate data. He held out the folder. Eleanor took it. Inside, clipped to the name list, a request in Thomas's handwriting. She recognized it. She had seen enough notes and small letters from him over the years to know his hand, the confident, upright cursive of a man who is trained to write with authority. The request asked for quarterly physical charts, with a brief explanation about the novel, and was dated November 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Around the same time, Eleanor thought that the operation had been establishing itself. Around the same time Fraser had taken the loan. The timing was not coincidental. Nothing about Thomas Vane was coincidental. I've been trying to decide what this means, Finn said. Whether it means anything. It might be completely innocent. Lots of people use my charts. He looked at Eleanor directly. But you're here asking about it, which means you think it means something. It means something, Eleanor said. She held up the folder. May I keep this? Yes. He hesitated. Is it about what happened to Callum? Yes, she said. He absorbed this with a stillness that she recognized as the reaction of a genuinely good person processing that information their work had been instrumental in something terrible, not through any fault of their own, but through the proximity of their data to another person's crime. She watched it settle in him and thought, he'll carry this for a while. The way conscientious people carry things that weren't their fault and can't be changed. Thank you, Finn, she said. You've given me something important. He nodded once. She left him looking at his charts. Bridget Farrow's studio was a converted outbuilding attached to the North Coast cottage she'd been renting for 6 years, positioned, she had told Eleanor once, specifically for the quality of the northern light in winter, which was flat and honest and did not flatter anything, which was exactly what she needed. The main cottage was slightly run down in the way of buildings that are loved but not maintained, the garden a tangle of salt-hardy plants that had been left to decide their own arrangements. The studio's door was a different matter, solid, well-fitted, with a small window beside it through which Eleanor could see, before she knocked, the familiar angular shape of Bridget at her easel. Bridget answered the door with the particular look of a person surfacing from concentration, the slightly startled blink of someone returning from somewhere more interesting than an island doorstep in November. Eleanor. She stepped back. She had paint on her hands and in her hair and on one cheekbone, which she appeared not to know about and would not have cared about if she had. Eleanor stepped into the studio and looked around it with a frank curiosity she always felt in working spaces. The particular pleasure of a room that was arranged entirely around the thing it existed for, without apology. Canvases stacked against one wall, the easel holding a winter seascape, the gray water rendered in about 40 shades of gray with the obsessive accuracy of someone who had been looking at this particular sea for 6 years and still found new things in it. Shelves of paint and medium and material. And on the back wall, hung in a loose arrangement that suggested curation rather than storage, perhaps a dozen finished paintings. Eleanor went to look at them. Bridget let her, without commentary, which was the right response. The paintings were very good. Eleanor had known this abstractly. She had been into the studio before, twice, years ago, but knowing it abstractly and standing in front of them was different. Bridget painted the island with a precision that went past accuracy into something else. She painted it as though it had an interior life she was trying to locate. The harbor in ice. The ridge of Carnmore in low mist. The light on the water in the specific thin gold of a January afternoon. And among the landscapes, 2 or 3 interior scenes, rooms, rendered with the same patient attention. Eleanor stopped at one of the interiors. It was a cottage interior. Small room, good light from a window at the left, a shelf of books along the back wall. She looked at it carefully. The room was not Bridget's own. The proportions were different, the window placement wrong for the North Coast cottage. She looked at the arrangement of objects on the shelf, at the way Bridget had rendered the spine of each book with her characteristic precision, the small letters she gave to titles even where the scale made it almost unnecessary, because accuracy was her habit and she didn't know how to switch it off. Most of the spine lettering was illegible at this scale. Naturally, the painting was not enormous. But Eleanor had her magnifying glass in her inside pocket, where it lived with the same permanence as her pencil, and she took it out and leaned close. The shelf ran across the back of the painting. Most books, indecipherable, a suggestion of lettering. But on the third shelf from the top, at the left-hand end, a book slightly larger than its neighbors, the spine facing out, and on it, in Bridget's habitual tiny hand, she had written what she had seen. The C letters. Eleanor held the magnifying glass steady and looked at it for what was probably 10 seconds and felt like considerably longer. "When did you paint this?" she said. Bridget had been standing near the door, not watching Eleanor exactly, but aware of her with the particular peripheral attention of someone who has long ago learned to track the movements of other people without appearing to. "About 18 months ago," she said. "During the winter. I was painting interiors for a while. Spaces that meant something, or had meant something. It's Thomas's cottage." A pause. Not a surprised pause. The pause of a person who has been waiting to be asked this or something close to this for some time. "Yes," Bridget said. "Did you have a relationship with him?" Not a question, quite. Bridget looked at her steadily. 8 months, she said. "It ended a year ago. I ended it." She said the last part not defensively, but with the matter-of-fact quality of someone noting a fact that is relevant to the record. Eleanor turned to look at her directly. "Why did you end it?" Bridget was quiet for a moment. She looked at the painting, not at Eleanor, and Eleanor had the impression of a person consulting something internal, not looking for the answer, which was already there, but looking for the right way to say it. "Because I kept painting him," she said, "and he was never there." Eleanor waited. "I don't mean he was absent. He was present, socially, conversationally. All the surfaces of him were very present.
He was good company.
He was warm." She folded her arms. "But when I painted him, he was hollow. Not in the paintings themselves. Technically, I could render him. I had the visual information. But I kept not wanting to paint him, kept turning to other subjects, kept painting the room he was in rather than him in it, because there was something in him that my eye couldn't." She stopped and made a small, frustrated gesture with one paint-stained hand, the gesture of a person who works in images struggling with the inadequacy of words. "I paint what I see, and what I saw when I looked at Thomas Vane was a man performing being a man. And whatever was underneath the performance was not something I wanted to see." Eleanor looked at the painting again. The shelf. The careful small letters. The C letters. "The book on that shelf," she said. "Did you know what it was?" "I asked him once. He was vague, said it was an acquisition, something he was thinking of writing about. He moved past it quickly. I didn't push."
She paused.
"I painted it because it was there. I paint what's there. I don't edit." "I need to ask you something," Eleanor said. "And I need you to answer carefully, because the answer matters." She turned from the painting to Bridget. Is there anything else you noticed while you were with him that felt wrong? In the way you just described, not obviously wrong, but off. Performing rather than being. Bridget looked at her for a long moment. The novel, she said. He worked on it every day.
Or said he did.
He kept specific hours. Mornings from 8 until 1, the study door closed. But once, when he'd gone out and forgotten something and come back to the cottage when I was still there, he came upstairs and I heard him open the study door. And I heard him sit down. And then I heard nothing. For 40 minutes, I heard nothing. No keyboard, no pen on paper, no movement of the kind you hear from a person who is working.
She paused.
I heard a man sitting in a room being very still. Eleanor looked at the painting. She thought about what Callum had written. T knows I have it. She thought about the visitor's book and Calloway and the tide charts and the loan to Fraser. She thought about a man who arrived on an island 8 years ago with a story about a novel and a past to account for his presence, and who had sat in his study every morning for 8 years producing, apparently, nothing, and been given the full grace of the island's trust because writers were like that, and privacy was the right of any person, and who were any of them to say. She thought about what 8 years cost, and what it was worth to someone who needed a transit point that could not be questioned. Thank you, Bridget, she said. Bridget nodded. She looked at the painting on the back wall with an expression Eleanor couldn't fully classify. Not satisfaction, not sorrow. Something between, and underneath them both. I knew something was wrong, she said. I just didn't know what kind of wrong. You painted it, Eleanor said. You kept the record. That's not nothing. Bridget looked at her. No, she said, very quietly. I suppose it isn't. The old man stood at the island's north end, a 20-minute walk from the harbor, and it was everything the name suggested. Tall, gray, austere in the way of an old ecclesiastical building that had been converted to domestic use, without quite losing the conviction that secular comfort was something to be earned. Petra Lindqvist had spent 12 years making it hospitable, and she had succeeded in the way that genuinely persistent people succeed at things, not by making the building something other than what it was, but by making what it was feel like enough. Petra opened the door before Eleanor knocked, which meant she'd been watching from the window, which meant she'd been expecting a visitor, which meant, Eleanor suspected, that word had reached her, in the efficient way that information moved between 11 people on a sealed island, that Eleanor was making a round of calls today. I've made coffee, Petra said, stepping back. Her Swedish accent was still present after 12 years, a slight formality in her consonants, a precision in her phrasing that Eleanor had always found rather restful.
Come in.
The manse's front hallway was lined with the framed photographs of its history that Petra had collected when she arrived and arranged chronologically, because she was the kind of person who arranged things chronologically. The sitting room beyond had the quality of a room that was designed to make guests feel comfortable and succeeded without effort, which was harder than it looked. Eleanor sat.
Petra poured.
I want to ask you about your guest records, Eleanor said. Petra set down the coffee pot and looked at her with the direct interest of a woman who has been waiting to be useful and is pleased that the moment has arrived. Yes, she said. I thought you would eventually. She stood up. I'll get the book. She came back with a leather-bound journal, well-made, well-maintained, the kind of record-keeping that suggested its keeper thought information was worth preserving properly. She set it on the table between them and opened it without hesitation or self-consciousness, because Petra kept these records honestly and had nothing to be evasive about. I keep notes on every guest, she said. Names, dates, anything of interest. I know that sounds. She paused, looking for the right English word. Intrusive, perhaps. But I find it useful. Repeat guests appreciate being remembered, and it helps me to understand who I am hosting. She turned pages with the practiced ease of someone who knew exactly where everything was. You want the autumn entries. The week before the storm, Eleanor said. There was a visitor. Petra nodded, turning to the page. November 10th. He arrived on the Monday ferry, left on the Thursday, the day before the last one. She turned the journal so Eleanor could read the entry. The handwriting was neat and slightly squared, the handwriting of a person who had learned to write in another language and carried some of that formality into their native script. The entry read, Mr. Calloway, independent collector, books and documents. Guest of Mr. Vane's, referred by him, says they have worked together. Pleasant quiet. Came and went from TV's cottage each day, several hours each visit. Departed Thursday. Package collected from TV before departure. TV. Brought it to the manse. Handed over in the hallway. Did not examine. Eleanor looked at the name.
Calloway.
The same name she had found in Miriam's old visitor's book. The same collector who had visited the island in June 2016, before Thomas had arrived. Who had come again, for days before Callum's death, and collected a package. A name that was almost certainly not a real name. A name that was, she was confident, one of the aliases that appeared in Callum's notebook. One she hadn't yet had time to fully cross-reference. He'd been here before, Eleanor said. Years ago. Petra looked at her. I didn't begin keeping these records until I converted the manse into a proper bed and breakfast. That was 9 years ago.
She paused.
I have all 9 years. Did Calloway come before Thomas arrived? 8 or 9 years ago. Petra went back through the journal, further back, further, turning pages with unhurried care.
She stopped.
Yes, she said. June 9 years ago. A Calloway. Different first initial. Or perhaps the same. I may have misheard and written it incorrectly. But Calloway. She looked up. He was here for 5 days. He came into the manse dining room each morning for breakfast, which is how I know he was pleasant and quiet. And he asked me, on his last day, whether there was a cottage on the island he might be able to rent long-term, for a writer. Eleanor sat very still. I told him about the Kerrigan cottage on the west side, Petra said. It was available, but the person who eventually took it, she turned back to a later page, was Thomas Vane. 2 years after Calloway's visit, she looked at Eleanor with the composed attention of a woman who has spent 12 years learning to read a room and currently knew exactly what she was reading. Calloway came first, Eleanor said. He found the island. He assessed it. And reported back, Petra said. Apparently, Eleanor looked at the journal entry, at the package collected in the hallway, at the dates that corresponded to the tide chart windows Finn had identified, at the name that appeared in Miriam's old visitor's book and in Callum's notebook, and now here, 3 times on this island, a recurring figure in a story that had been building for years longer than anyone understood. She thought about Callum, sitting in his cottage through 3 winters with his oilcloth-covered notebook, building a record of a thing most people on this island had looked past entirely because it presented itself with such warmth and credibility and genuine literary charm. She thought about Not Enough Alone, about what he'd been building toward. And she thought, this is enough. Not alone, together, assembled, this is enough. Not a confession, not an eyewitness, but a pattern of evidence so coherent, so interlocking, so comprehensively documented by multiple independent sources who had no reason to conspire, that the only narrative it supported was the one she had been reading toward since Sunday morning. May I photograph these pages? She said. Petra had already moved to the sideboard where a small camera sat, used, Eleanor suspected, for insurance documentation of the manse's contents. She placed it on the table. "I'll do it properly," she said. "I have a document light." She had a document light. Of course, she had a document light. Eleanor sat back in her chair while Petra photographed every relevant page of the journal with the brisk efficiency of a woman who did things correctly or not at all, and looked out the manse's tall window at the November sky, which was now genuinely lighter, still gray, still November, but a living gray rather than a lid, a sky that had places to be. She thought about 3 visits she had made this morning and what they had given her. Finn's tide charts, with the request in Thomas's hand. Bridget's painting, with those 4 small letters on a shelf in a cottage, the C letters. And Petra's journal, with the pattern across 9 years of a man named Calloway who found the island and reported back and came again and again and again. 3 separate sources. 3 independent records. None of them kept with the intention of building a case. All of them kept by people who simply noted what was there, the way Bridget painted what was there because accuracy was their habit and they didn't know how to switch it off. She thought about what she had from the other 4 days. The forged book with its too-even foxing. The Murchison letter. Callum's legal textbook with its marginal note. The visitor's log with Calloway's first appearance. Fraser's testimony. Eastlaw's account of the handoff. The notebook, now in the desk drawer of title pages, with Thomas's name appearing and appearing against 3 years of dates and figures. The bookend with its faint brown stain. And now this. The pattern that made it all a system rather than a series of disconnected observations. She stood up when Petra had finished.
"Thank you," she said.
"For your records. For your precision." Petra looked at her with a slight inclination of her head that was the nearest she came to modesty. "I notice things," she said. "I always have. Per used to say it was my best quality and occasionally my most tiring one." She paused. He would be glad it was useful. Eleanor thought about Per, who had died 4 years ago and left his wife on an island with a leather-bound journal and the instinct to keep good records of everything. She thought about all the ways people left themselves in the world, in records, in notebooks, in carefully painted shelves, in tied charts on a wall. And the way those records could persist past the moment that made them, past the person who made them, into exactly the moment when they were needed most. She thought about Callum. She put on her coat and thanked Petra again and walked back along the manse's gravel drive and turned onto the North Road, heading back toward the harbor with the photographic evidence in her pocket and the tide chart request and the painting's coordinates in her memory and the notebook waiting at her desk. The sky was definitely lighter. The wind had dropped another degree. In the distance, across the water toward the mainland, the cloud was thinning at the horizon into something that might, tomorrow or the day after, become actual weather-free sky. The police would be here in a day. Perhaps less. She walked faster. She was 5 minutes from the bookshop when something slowed her step. Not a sound, not a sight, a thought. A thought that arrived with the particular cold clarity of something she should have registered sooner and had not, and now registered all at once. She had left the bookshop locked. She had locked both doors before setting out at 8 that morning. She had the front door key in her coat pocket and she patted her pockets quickly, confirming she had the front door key. The spare key. The spare key that lived under the stone by the back door, which Callum had known, which Miriam had known, which Bridget had once used and Thomas had once watched her use. She began to walk faster. Then faster still. She came around the corner of the harbor road and saw the bookshop, its dark granite front facing the harbor, windows unchanged, door as she'd left it. Nothing visibly wrong. She went around the side to the back door, to the stone beside the step, and crouched down and looked. The stone was in place. The key was under it, but the stone was not quite in the right position. It was the same stone, unmoved in practical terms, but rotated slightly, as if someone had lifted it, taken the key, replaced the stone with the key still in hand, and then, reconsidering perhaps, or having found what they came for, or having heard something, replaced the key and left the stone as close to right as they could manage in a hurry. She stood up. She put the key in the lock and opened the back door. The shop was as she had left it, everything in its place. The stove warm with its own residual heat. The front door locked. She went to her catalog desk. The desk drawer was locked. She unlocked it. The forged book was there. The legal textbook was there. The notebook, Callum's oilcloth notebook, was there. Her own notebooks were there. But the envelope. She had left the envelope containing the Murchison letter at the left back corner of the drawer, squared with the drawer's edge, because she was precise about such things, and she knew exactly where she had placed it. She could see, without picking it up, that the envelope was there. She picked it up. It had been opened. Carefully, very carefully, with the quality of care that suggested someone who handled old documents professionally, who knew how to work a flap without damaging paper. It had been resealed with a pressure that was nearly indistinguishable from the original. Nearly. She held it in her hands and felt the absolute cold clarity of understanding something completely. He had been here while she was gone. He had come with the key he'd watched Bridget retrieve on a day 2 years ago and stored against future need. He had come to see what she had. He had found the envelope. He had opened it. He had read the letter. He had replaced it. He knew. He knew she had the letter. He knew she understood what the letter meant. He knew she had been in this shop for 5 days gathering the pieces of a case that was, as of this morning, 3 visits more complete than it had been at dawn. And she had been in Finn's station and Bridget's studio and Petra's sitting room while he'd stood in her back room and read the evidence she'd assembled and understood, with the intelligence that was his most consistent characteristic, exactly where this was going. She stood in the middle of the front room with the envelope in her hands and let the full weight of it settle. Then she went to the desk and opened her notebook to a new page. She wrote the date at the top, the time, and then a single line. He knows what I have. She paused. Then she wrote beneath it, which means he also knows that I know. And below that, in the careful, deliberate hand she reserved for the things she most needed to think clearly about, which means the next move has to be mine. Chapter 8. The Sketch and the Witness. She didn't sleep that night. She tried, in the way you try to sleep when you know that sleep is necessary, and the knowing of it makes it further away rather than closer. She lay in the dark of her cottage bedroom and listened to the wind, which had dropped another degree and was now doing something almost conversational against the window rather than the sustained assault of the previous days, and she went through everything in her mind in the ordered way she had of going through things, not dwelling, not circling, but moving through the evidence like pages, forward and back and forward again, testing each piece against the others. The forged book. The Murchison letter, handled and replaced. Callum's notebook. The tide chart request in Thomas's hand. Bridget's painting. Petra's journal. Calloway's 3 appearances across 9 years. Fraser's testimony. Eastlaw's account of the handoff. The bookend on the shelf in the deep end with its faint, dry stain. The stone by the back door, slightly rotated. The envelope, nearly perfectly resealed. He knew what she had. He had stood in her bookshop while she was gone and read the letter and understood the situation with the same quick, comprehensive intelligence he brought to everything. And he had replaced it and left and had said nothing to her since. No knock at the door this evening. No bottle of wine. No offer of company. Just silence. The silence of a man recalibrating. She thought about that, in the dark, with the wind making its quieter conversation against the glass. Thomas Vane, recalibrating. Working out the new state of things. Working out what she had and what she lacked and what, if anything, he could still do about the distance between those two things. She thought, he is very good at this. He has been doing this for a long time, and he is very good at it. And then she thought, but so was Callum. For 3 years, Callum was very careful and very quiet and very good at watching without being seen to watch. And Thomas had known, not fully, until nearly the end. She was not Callum. She was not going to be careful and quiet and alone with what she knew. She got up at 5 in the morning, made coffee, and began to plan. The first thing she did, before anything else, before even the second cup, was call the mainland police. The officer she'd spoken to on Saturday, a patient, steady-voiced man named Sergeant Morrison who had apologized 6 times in a single phone call for the weather, answered. She told him what she had. Not everything, not the full architecture of it, that could wait for his presence, but enough. The notebook, she said, with its 3 years of documentation. The forged book, the Murchison letter, the request in Thomas Vane's hand for tide charts, Petra's guest journal. There was a silence on the other end that she recognized as professional reassessment. Mrs. Marsh, Sergeant Morrison said carefully, "You've been thorough." "I've been an editor," she said. "It's not very different. The weather is improving. We expect to deploy by tomorrow morning, possibly this evening, if conditions." "He knows I have it," Eleanor said. "I want you to know that. He's been in the building. He's seen the evidence." Another silence, shorter this time. "Are you in any immediate danger?" She thought about it honestly. "I don't think so," she said. "He's not. It's not that kind of situation. He's not going to escalate. Escalation would cost him more than he can afford to pay."
She paused.
"He's going to try to manage it. He'll try to undermine it before you arrive. That's what I need to be ready for." "Stay in company," Sergeant Morrison said. "Don't be alone with him. And if anything changes, I'll call. Yes." She hung up and stood in her kitchen and looked at the lightening sky. Thinner cloud. Actual definition to the horizon. Tomorrow morning or this evening. She had 1 day. She put on her coats and went to see Miriam Voss. Miriam's walk across the island from her South Coast cottage to the village took 40 minutes in good weather. In late autumn it took however long it took, and she didn't complain about it, but Eleanor spared her the return trip by going to her. The South Coast path was bleak and windswept and beautiful in the flat November light. The sea to her right a dark, restless blue-gray that was closer to blue than it had been in days, and she walked it thinking about how to tell Miriam what she knew. She found her in the kitchen garden, which needed no tending at this time of year, but which Miriam visited anyway as a form of company. She was standing at the edge of it looking at something or at nothing, with her hands in her coat pockets and her long white hair whipping slightly in the wind, and she turned when she heard Eleanor step on the path with the unsurprised expression of someone who has been expecting a particular knock all morning. "Come inside," Miriam said. "I've made too much tea." Eleanor sat at Miriam's kitchen table and laid it all out. She went through it in the order she'd assembled it. Not chronologically, but structurally, the way you present a case to someone who needs to understand its shape before its details. She told Miriam about the forgery, about the foxing, about the letter. She told her about the tide charts and Finn's discovery. She told her about Bridget's painting and what she'd seen in it with her magnifying glass. She told her about Petra's journal and Calloway, 3 times on the island across 9 years. She told her about Fraser and the loan and the packages and the silence he'd bought with it. She told her about Callum's notebook and what was written in it. And she told her about the stone and the envelope. Miriam listened without interrupting, which was one of her most valuable qualities, the ability to hold a long account with full attention without needing to impose herself on it while it was being given. She sat with her tea going cold in front of her and her bifocals slightly askew in the way they went when she was concentrating, and she listened to the whole of it. When Eleanor finished, Miriam was quiet for a moment. "I've been thinking about Thomas," she said, "since the morning Callum was found, turning him over in my mind, trying to locate what I've always felt was slightly wrong about him." She looked at Eleanor. "I liked him.
I want to be honest about that.
I have genuinely liked him for 8 years. He is warm and well-read and interesting to talk to, and if I am occasionally entertained by a person, I have every reason in the world to be entertained by them."
She paused. "But there has always been something."
A quality that I couldn't name. A sense that the performance was just 1 degree too good. As if he had rehearsed the particular kind of person he was being, had rehearsed it so many times that it had become natural, and that was almost indistinguishable from actual naturalness. She looked at the table. "Almost. He spent 8 years rehearsing it," Eleanor said.
"Yes."
"And that's—" Miriam stopped. "I keep coming back to the books," she said. "He talked about books beautifully. That part never felt performed. He knows books deeply and well, and that knowledge has a quality of genuine passion that can't be entirely faked."
She paused.
"Which makes it worse, somehow. He loved books, and he made them into instruments of fraud. That's not a small thing." "No," Eleanor said. Miriam looked at her. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to go to Bridget," Eleanor said. "Today. There's something she told me, the painting, the study. I think he knows about the painting, which means I need Bridget to know that he knows."
She paused.
"And then I'm going to bring everyone together. Before the police arrive, not instead of them. I want what I know to be on the record, properly, with witnesses who can confirm each piece of it. And I want Thomas to be there." Miriam looked at her steadily. "That's not without risk." "I know. He's a man who has killed once. He killed once in a moment of crisis, when the thing he needed was right in front of him, and the person holding it gave him no other option." Eleanor's voice was level. "He's not going to kill in a room full of people with everything already assembled and the police arriving tomorrow morning. That's not his kind of risk." She paused. "His kind of risk is eloquent. His kind of risk is making people doubt the evidence they're looking at. I need to be ready for that kind." Miriam looked at her for a long moment. "I'll be there," she said. "At the gathering. Wherever you want it, whenever." "The bookshop," Eleanor said. "It started there." "Yes," said Miriam. "I think it should end there too." Back on the North Road, walking toward the village, Eleanor was thinking about Bridget's painting when her phone rang. It was Bridget herself. She answered before the second ring. "What's happened?" "He was just here," Bridget said. Her voice was steady, with the deliberate steadiness of someone managing it carefully.
"Thomas."
"He came to the studio about 20 minutes ago. Said he was walking the North Road and saw my light on and wondered if I was all right." Eleanor kept her pace even. "What did he want?" "He was very pleasant," Bridget said. "He came in, looked around, asked about my current work, talked about the winter light." A pause. "But at a certain point, he went to the back wall, where I have the finished paintings, and he looked at them. He stood there for a while. I watched him." "Did he say anything about the interior?"
"No. He was too good for that."
"He didn't linger on it, didn't point at it, didn't ask." Bridget's voice was the voice of a painter describing a subject, but his eyes went to it.
Twice.
And the second time there was something in his face. She paused, finding the word in the way she found words, by eliminating the inaccurate ones until only the right one remained. Calculation, she said. Pure, very brief calculation. And then warmth again, instantly, completely, like a light switching. Bridget, Eleanor said, did you give anything away? I painted him for 8 months, Bridget said. I know better than anyone in this world what he looks like when he's looking for something. Eleanor almost smiled. Good. I didn't know what you'd want me to do, so I waited until he left and called you. You did exactly right. Are you all right? I'm fine, Bridget said, with a plainness that was entirely convincing. Should I be worried?
No.
But don't be alone with him. And if he comes back, you're busy. I'm always busy, Bridget said and rang off. Eleanor walked faster. She had covered perhaps 50 yards more when she heard footsteps behind her, quick, lighter than hers, and turned to find Isla Macaulay coming along the north road from the direction of the coastal path. Isla saw her and raised a hand and altered course to intercept her, and they fell into step together with the wordless efficiency of people who have, over the past week, developed the particular shorthand of people working on the same problem. I saw him, Isla said. Thomas? Leaving Bridget's studio. I was on the coastal path. I'd been at the marine station. And the path runs above the studio. You can see the door from the high section. I saw him leave. She glanced at Eleanor. I've seen that face before. Eleanor looked at her. The man I was with in Edinburgh, Isla said. Not easily. She said it with the particular effort of a person reaching past a reluctance they've decided is no longer relevant. The reason I came back to the island, he had a face like that. Not the same face, not the same person, but the same mechanism. She chose the word carefully. Warmth as a tool, charm as a means. The thing where you realize later that every conversation you thought you were having together you were actually having alone, and they were watching you have it, taking notes. She looked straight ahead. I recognized it the way you recognize a smell from childhood, before you can name it. They walked in silence for a moment. Bridget called me, Eleanor said. She's all right. I know she is, Isla said. Bridget's always all right. She's the most self-contained person on this island.
She paused.
But you should know what he looked like leaving, because Bridget can tell you what he did inside. I'm telling you what he did after. He stood outside her door for perhaps a minute after it closed, looking back at the building. Not moving, not just standing and thinking. She glanced at Eleanor, and then he smiled, very briefly, to himself. Not a warm smile, the other kind. What kind is that? The kind that means he's decided something, Isla said. The kind that means he's made a plan. They reached the point where the North Road met the Harbor Road and stopped. The harbor was spread before them, the water quieter today, the Morag Jean sitting in its mooring with a particular settled look of a boat that knew the storm was passing. Eleanor looked at it for a moment. Callum's boat. Callum's life. Callum's 3 years of careful, solitary record-keeping, ending in the back room of her bookshop on a Friday night. Isla, she said, I want you at the bookshop tomorrow. Late afternoon, around 4. Can you come? Isla looked at her steadily. Yes. Bring your father. A pause. Something moved in Isla's face. Not reluctance. She was past reluctance. Something closer to recognition.
He's ready, she said.
He's been ready for days. He just needed someone to tell him which direction to walk. 4 o'clock, Eleanor said. We'll be there. She spent the afternoon at her desk. Not investigating, the investigating was done. She spent the afternoon building structure. Going through everything she had, ordering it, cross-referencing, making sure that the connections she could see in her mind were present also on paper in plain language, in a sequence that moved from individual observation to cumulative pattern to conclusion, without requiring any leap that the evidence didn't support. It was, she realized as she worked, exactly like editing a manuscript, taking the material that someone else had assembled. Callum, mostly, but also Miriam and Bridget and Finn and Petra and Isla, all of them unwitting contributors to a story they hadn't known they were telling, and giving it shape and sequence, finding the line that ran through all of it, making the narrative legible. She filled 12 pages in her notebook, front and back. She arranged on the desk beside the notebook, in a line, the physical evidence, the forged book, the envelope with the Murchison letter, the photograph Petra had printed for her of the relevant guest journal pages, Finn's folder with the physical chart request in Thomas's hand, Callum's notebook, the legal textbook with its marked passages. She looked at the line of objects. Then she did something she rarely did, which was to go to the storeroom off the back kitchen and stand outside its closed door for a moment. She had not opened it since Callum had been taken to the mainland hospital for formal post-mortem procedures, which Agnes had arranged on Sunday. The candle Duncan had placed outside the door was burned down to a stub. She stood there and said, not aloud but not entirely internally either, in the register of things that are addressed to a specific person rather than the general air, I have it. I'll finish what you came to finish. Then she went back to the front room and added 2 more pages to the notebook. At 8 that evening she was sitting by the stove when she heard the knock. A single knock. Deliberate. She went to the front door, expecting she didn't quite know what. Thomas, perhaps, with a bottle and a charm offensive, she would have to manage with one hand while holding everything else with the other. She had thought about what to do if Thomas came. She had a plan for it, but it was Duncan Hale. He was standing in the harbor road in his dark coat with the particular look he'd been wearing since the meeting at the schoolhouse, that quality of a man who has been sitting very close to a decision for several days and has tonight arrived at it. He was holding nothing. He had not brought provision or pretext. He had simply come. "Come in," Eleanor said. He came in and sat in the chair that was becoming the bookshop's confessional chair, and accepted the tea she made him without comment, and they sat in the amber warmth of the stove for a while without speaking, and Eleanor let the silence be what it was. Duncan Hale was a man who needed to come to things in his own time. She had understood that since the meeting at the schoolhouse. She had understood that Agnes's protective interceptions were not about hiding guilt, but about buying him the time he needed for his conscience to finish its argument with itself. She had been patient. Tonight, it appeared, patience had worked. "I want to tell you something," he said. "And I want to tell you that I've been trying to work out for 6 days whether the thing I'm carrying belongs to me or to the person who gave it to me, and I have concluded." He stopped. He looked at his tea. "I have concluded that there are limits to pastoral confidence, that the principle exists to protect the living, and that protecting the guilty from justice is not what it was designed to do." Eleanor said nothing. She watched him find the words. "2 years ago," Duncan said, "Thomas Vane came to see me. Not formally, not as a parishioner exactly. He wasn't a regular at services, but he came in the way people sometimes come when they have something that won't leave them alone. He sat where you're sitting now in my vestry and we talked."
He paused.
He didn't confess anything specific. He was, and I understand now that this is because he is a man who is always specific about being unspecific when he wants to be. He said he had done things he couldn't undo. He said he had made things that were beautiful on the surface and wrong underneath. He said. Duncan looked at Eleanor. He said he had made something that deceived people who trusted beauty, and that the deception had felt, at the time, like its own kind of artistry. Eleanor felt the words land. She held them carefully. He said that, and then he seemed to recognize that he'd said more than he intended, and he pulled back. He said it had been a previous chapter of his life, that he had put it behind him, that coming to the island had been a kind of reparation. He was convincing. Duncan looked at his hands. I believed him. I wanted to believe him because he was a man in obvious discomfort, and the instinct in that situation is to offer grace, not interrogation. He paused. I have been living with that choice ever since, wondering whether believing him was faith or whether it was simply the path of least difficulty. Duncan, Eleanor said. What he said to you, the thing about making something that deceived people who trusted beauty. Do you know what he meant? I think I do now.
I didn't then.
He looked at her. He was talking about the book, wasn't he? The forgery. Yes. He absorbed this in silence for a moment. He came to you 2 years ago because he was troubled, Eleanor said. Whatever he told you, he was already on the island, already embedded, already running the operation through here. He wasn't confessing. He was, she paused, looking for the right word.
He was testing.
Testing whether what he carried was too heavy. And he found someone kind and discreet, and the weight shifted a little, and he went back to his work. Duncan looked at her steadily.
I was used, he said. Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm not. He stopped and started again. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm trying to be honest about my part in it. I could have asked more questions. I should have asked more questions. You are being what you are, Eleanor said. He knew what you were and he used it. That's not a failure in you. It's a failure in him. They sat with that for a moment. The stove crackled. Outside, the wind was quiet enough now that the harbor was audible. The movement of water against stone, the particular sound of an island settling after a storm. Will you tell the police what you told me? Eleanor said. Yes, he said. It doesn't break any confidence that matters anymore. Whatever confidence was owed, it was owed to a version of him that was performing penitence. That person doesn't exist. He paused. If he ever did, I'd like you to be at the bookshop tomorrow afternoon, Eleanor said. For a clock. Will you come? He nodded. There was a quality of relief in him now, the particular easing of a person who has been carrying a thing alone and has laid it down in the right place. Who else? He said. Miriam, Hamish, Nora,
Isla,
Fraser. He understood without being told what the gathering was for. He looked at his hands one more time, and then he looked up at Eleanor, and what was in his face was the expression of a man who has finished the argument he's been having with himself and has arrived on the right side of it. I'll be there, he said. He left at 10, walking along the harbor road in the dark with a different quality in his step than he'd had arriving. The particular difference between a man who is carrying something and a man who has put it down. Eleanor locked the door behind him and stood in the front room for a moment in the quiet of the late evening. She looked at the line of objects on the desk. The forged book with its too-even foxing. The Murchison letter that had been touched by hands other than hers today and was no worse for it. Still real, still there, still exactly the evidence it was. Callum's notebook, Finn's folder,
Petra's photographs,
the land law book with its penciled margins. She thought about tomorrow, about Thomas arriving at a door that was not the door he expected, about the faces waiting in the room behind it, about the moment when a man who had spent 8 years building a perfect performance found himself, finally, without an audience willing to believe it. She put another log on the stove and sat down in the reading chair and picked up her notebook and turned to the last page she'd written and read it over. The fire ticked. The harbor moved against the stone outside. On the shelf in the deep end, the matched pair of bronze anchor bookends stood where they had always stood, the left one slightly further from the wall than the right, and the stain on the base of it the color of old rust. In the desk drawer, Callum's notebook lay on top of everything else. The storm was almost done. She thought about Daniel, as she sometimes did in the evenings when the lamp was warm and the room felt like itself. She thought about him not with the old grief, not the grief that had sent her to an island at the end of the world and told her the distance was safety, but with a quieter, steadier love of someone who has learned to hold a person in their absence without the holding being only loss.
He would have been 20 now.
She tried sometimes to imagine what he would have been like at 20 and failed because he had been so specifically 9 and she could not construct the years between. But she could imagine him in this room, in the reading chair with a book with the particular certainty he'd had about books. The right way to read them was slowly. Yes, she thought. You were right. You still are. She stayed up until the lamp was necessary. At 11 o'clock, there was a knock at the front door. She went to it expecting nothing. She had told everyone who needed to be told. Everyone had been accounted for. But the person at the door was Reverend Duncan Hale again, and he was not alone. He was standing beside Nora Strachan, who was holding her father's metal box against her chest with both arms, and looking at Eleanor with the expression of someone who has finally arrived at a decision and is not going to reconsider it. She came to the church, Duncan said quietly. She said she'd been walking for an hour trying to decide. I told her to come here. Eleanor looked at Nora, at the metal box, at the absolute, settled resolution in Nora's face. I thought I should give this to you myself, Nora said. Not hand it over to strangers. Not leave it in a drawer for the police to find without understanding what it cost him to fill it. Her voice was steady and direct, and exactly like her father's. He was careful and he was patient and he was alone for 3 years and he came to you because he trusted you. That's worth being present for. Eleanor stepped back from the door.
Come in, she said.
She put the kettle on and lit the second lamp and made room at the table in the reading corner, and the 3 of them sat down together and Eleanor opened the metal box and they began. Chapter 9, the record. They read it together. That was the thing Eleanor would remember afterward, in the months when she turned the week over in her mind and tried to understand what it had been and what it had cost and what it had, in the end, made possible. Not the reading itself, not the specific entries, the dates and figures and careful abbreviated names, but the quality of reading it together. 3 people in a bookshop in the early hours of a Friday morning, while the storm finished its long, slow argument with the island outside, going through the record of a man's 3 years of solitary witness. The lamp on the reading table, the stove with its steady heat, Nora on one side of Eleanor, Duncan on the other, and the oilcloth-covered notebook open between them. Callum Strachan had been meticulous. The words seemed inadequate, looking at the pages. He had been, Eleanor thought, the kind of meticulous that comes not from a naturally organized personality. She'd known Callum well enough to know he was not a tidy man. His cottage and his boat both spoke to someone who managed function but did not pursue order for its own sake, but from the understanding that the record was the only thing that would outlast him if the thing he was watching went wrong. He had kept the notebook the way a man keeps a thing he knows may be the last version of himself, with the care of someone writing a document they might not be there to explain. The entries ran from November 3 years ago to the 12th of this month, 2 days before his death. Eleanor read each page carefully, with the focused attention she gave to any manuscript, while Duncan and Nora followed beside her. She turned pages slowly.
She did not speak.
Neither did they. At the end of the first third of the notebook, the year of observation before Callum had been certain enough to begin naming names, the year of dates and package descriptions and financial figures noted without attribution. Nora said, very quietly, "He never told me any of this." Eleanor waited. "He called me in October and said he wasn't quite right. He'd been keeping this for 3 years, and the most he could say to his own daughter was that he wasn't quite right."
She paused.
"I don't know whether to be angry or," she stopped. "Both," Duncan said, from the other side of Eleanor. He said it gently, with the particular gentleness of someone who has sat with people in grief often enough to know that both is usually the most accurate answer. And neither is the wrong feeling to have. Nora was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded once, and Eleanor turned the page. The middle section of the notebook was where the operation became visible as a system. Callum had spent the first year watching and recording without understanding the full shape of what he was watching. In the second year, the shape emerged. The packages were not random. They moved in patterns, seasonal, tidal, correlated with windows of low ferry traffic and the particular crossings that Finn's published charts would have identified as minimum observation. They came from elsewhere and went elsewhere, using the island as a waypoint, a transit staging ground in the middle of the water between things. The names were abbreviated throughout most of the second year. One name became C, which Eleanor recognized from Miriam's visitor's book and Petra's journal as Callaway. One name became T. A third, appearing less frequently, became M. And then, in an entry from 14 months ago, written in Callum's most controlled hand as though he was aware he was crossing a line he could not uncross, the full name, Thomas Vane.
Nora made a small sound.
Eleanor read the entry. Callum had seen Thomas directly, had watched, from the edge of the harbor road in the early morning, a handoff between Thomas and a man matching C's physical description in the small car park behind Fraser's store. He had noted the time. 7:14 in the morning. He had noted what passed between them, a package approximately the size of a hardback book, wrapped in the oilcloth he had now seen many times. He had noted the direction each man went afterward. And in the margin, in small careful letters, "Certain now." The same 2 words he'd written beside Thomas's name in the later entries. The phrase that had recurred and accumulated weight through the final months. Certain now. As if each new observation added another measure of certainty until the measure was full. Certain now, Nora said, reading it over Eleanor's shoulder. She said it very quietly, the way you say a phrase that belonged to someone you loved. "Yes," Eleanor said. The last entries were the ones she had already read, the October urgency, the decision to act, the final note. The book returned. "Must speak to E at title pages. T knows I have it. Time running out." She turned to it and read it again, and this time she read it with Duncan and Nora beside her, and the 3 of them were quiet together over those last 2 lines for a long moment. Then Eleanor closed the notebook. She looked at the time. 1:15 in the morning. "I need to ask you something," she said to Nora. "And you don't have to answer tonight." "Ask it," Nora said. Was he brave? What he was doing? Nora looked at her. The question arrived, Eleanor knew, as more than it sounded. It was asking whether Callum's solitary 3-year watch, the secrecy, the caution, the particular choice to build a case alone rather than walk to Agnes or Eleanor or anyone and simply say what he'd seen, had been brave or had been something more complicated. Whether the way he'd done it was the right way. Nora sat with it for a moment. "He was brave," she said. He was also stubborn, and he didn't trust people enough, and he waited too long because he thought he needed more before he had the right to speak. She paused. He was exactly what he was. He was trying to do right in a way that felt safe to him. She looked at Eleanor. "That's not nothing, is it?" "No," Eleanor said. "It's not nothing." They sat together in the amber warmth of the bookshop for another hour, not talking much. There wasn't much to say, and the ones who needed to say things had said them. Duncan made tea at some point, moving around the bookshop's small kitchen with the quiet confidence of a man who has spent 20 years making tea in rooms where people needed it. The fire settled. The wind outside was almost gentle now, barely reaching the windows. At 2:30, Eleanor sent them home. She locked the door and went to her desk and sat for a moment with the notebook and her own notes and the physical evidence arranged in its careful line, and she thought, tomorrow she would end this. She slept for 4 hours, which was enough. She was at the shop by 7, making the calls that needed to be made. Miriam first. Miriam answered before the second ring, as she always did, because Miriam Voss had not slept through a telephone call in 40 years and had no intention of starting now. Then Hamish, who answered slowly and with the rumpled voice of a man dragged from genuine sleep, but became alert very quickly when Eleanor told him what she needed. Nora, who had perhaps not slept at all and said yes immediately. Isla, who said yes and asked no questions, which was the right response. Fraser, who said yes with the exhausted relief of a man who has been waiting for the appointment that ends a long illness. And finally, Duncan, who was already awake. 4 o'clock, she said. The bookshop. All of you. Then she called Sergeant Morrison. He picked up on the first ring. Mrs. Marsh. The weather, she said. We're deploying this afternoon, he said. We expect to arrive by early evening. 6, possibly 7. I need you to know that I intend to have a gathering at 4 o'clock, she said. I'll have everyone there who needs to be there, including the person I believe is responsible. By the time you arrive, everything will be documented and on record. There was a pause that she recognized as the pause of a professional man weighing a civilian doing his job more thoroughly than he'd anticipated. Mrs. Marsh, he said carefully, I need you to understand. I understand, she said. I'm not doing your job. I'm doing mine. I'm an editor. I'm assembling the manuscript. You can prosecute it. Another pause. Then, is there any immediate danger? No, she said. He's not that kind of man. All right, Sergeant Morrison said, with a particular tone of a person making a note for a later conversation. We'll be there by 6. She hung up. Then she wrote one last note. Short, precise. She folded it and addressed it to Thomas Vane and asked Agnes Petrie, who arrived at the bookshop at 8, as she had every morning since Saturday, to check on Eleanor in the way that Agnes checked on people, which was by showing up, to carry it to his cottage. Agnes read the outside of the folded note. She looked at Eleanor. Is it time? She said. Yes, Eleanor said. Agnes took the note without further comment and put on her coat and went. While Agnes was gone, the morning happened. Hamish arrived at 10 with his manila folder and the look of a man who has been awake since 5 and has spent the hours productively. He sat in the reading chair and Eleanor sat across from him, and they went through it together. Not for Eleanor's benefit. She had it all now, but for Hamish's, because she needed him to understand the full shape of the thing before he sat in a room with Thomas Vane. She needed him to understand it not as academic history, but as the story of something that had happened on this island, in this building, to a man they had both known. She started with the book. The forgery was exceptional, she said. I want you to know that. Whoever made it had deep knowledge of Victorian book production and access to original Murchison materials. She paused. The knowledge part, the how to make it, that's learnable. A person with the right background in literary history and access to the right documentation could build that knowledge. She watched Hamish's face. The materials part is different. To source period-appropriate paper, the correct type materials, an authentic sample of the period's binding adhesives, and to have original Murchison correspondence to use as voice material, that required access to a private collection that has never surfaced in any scholarly context. Hamish was very still. Thomas Vane studied at Edinburgh, Eleanor said. That's in the published version of himself he presents, his one novel, the jacket biography, the occasional piece he wrote in his earlier career. Scottish literature at Edinburgh, then London publishing, then the novel. She paused. The London publishing period is where the story gets thin. It doesn't match. There are gaps. Years that don't account for themselves. Someone could check that, Hamish said. Sergeant Morrison will check it, Eleanor said. What I know is what we have here. And what we have here is enough. She reached to the desk and placed the forged book between them, then the envelope with the Murchison letter, then the photographs of Petra's guest journal, then the folder with Finn's tied chart request, then Callum's notebook, and last Callum's legal textbook, open to the page with a marginal note. Hamish looked at the line of objects for a long time. He leaned forward and opened the forged book, very gently, and turned to the first page, and read the opening paragraph of the Cairn letters for what Eleanor realized was the first time anyone on this island had read it. The novel's opening, the beginning of the story that had never existed and been created anyway, the voice of Alastair Murchison rendered by a man who had spent years learning to sound exactly like him. He read it in silence for 2 minutes. Then he sat back and looked at the ceiling and said, in a voice that was very controlled and also not quite controlled, he took a real story and made it lie. Eleanor waited. The Cairn clearance was real. The families were real. The documents that were burned to cover the land seizure, those were real. Murchison wrote about them because he had been in those islands, had known those families, had seen the aftermath. He looked at Eleanor. And someone took that real suffering and made it into a commodity, a luxury product, something rich private collectors could own and feel sophisticated about owning. He paused. That's worse, somehow, than inventing one. Yes, Eleanor said. It's a desecration. Yes.
They sat with that.
At noon, Miriam arrived, and Agnes came back, and the bookshop became the place it had been all week. The warm center that people came to because there was nowhere else to come to, and because the stove was going and the books were on the shelves, and whatever had happened here, the building itself refused to become something else. Nora came at 2 and sat without speaking, and Eleanor brought her tea and did not make conversation, because Nora was in the state of someone who has done the difficult thing and is now waiting to see what the difficult thing is built, and conversation would not have improved that state. Isla and Fraser arrived together at 3:30. Fraser had the look of a man who had made a decision in the night and was living in it with the slightly dazed quality of someone in the first hours of a new state of being. Isla had her hand on his arm and was not hovering, simply present, the way a person is present when they are making sure another person does not turn back. Hamish was in the reading chair. Miriam beside him on the small wooden chair she preferred. Agnes near the door, with her bag, her professional habit of keeping the exit in sight. Duncan, who had come in quietly at 3:45 and found a place near the window where the late afternoon light fell at an angle across the floor. Eleanor stood at her catalog desk, the evidence arranged in its careful line. She looked around the room at the faces she had known, in varying degrees of closeness, for 7 years. She thought about what the week had done to them. The fractures it had opened, the things it had required, the particular courage of each person here in coming at all. Fraser, who had burned his papers and been frightened and told the truth anyway. Nora, who had carried her father's secret through the worst days of her life and had arrived at this room with it. Duncan, whose conscience had argued with itself across 6 days and arrived on the right side. Miriam and Hamish, who had given the investigation its intellectual architecture and its historical meaning. Agnes, who had been a doctor for 30 years and understood better than anyone what death cost and what the truth about it owed. And Isla, who had recognized something dangerous by its sound and named it without flinching. She thought, Callum would not have known all of these people were in this room. He would have known only that he needed to reach Eleanor, only that he needed one person who could read the book and understand what it was. He did not know that the island he had watched over for 62 years was full, even at 11 people, of people who had each been building a piece of the case without knowing they were building anything. He had been right to come here. He had been right that it was enough. At 5 minutes to 4, she heard footsteps on the harbor road. She recognized them. She had learned them over 8 years. The particular unhurried cadence of a man who moved through the world, as though it had been organized for his convenience, and he was gracious about it. The front door of title pages opened. Thomas Vane stepped inside. He was dressed in his usual way, the well-worn leather jacket, the dark trousers, the shirt collar open despite November, the silver hair slightly disordered by the walk, but no less silver for it. He had a quality of complete social ease that had not deserted him, Eleanor noted, even now. He came through the door with the warmth of a man arriving at a gathering of friends. He looked around the room. He looked at each face in turn, with the intelligence and speed that were his most characteristic qualities, reading what he saw with the same comprehensive attention that he brought to everything that had made him able to inhabit this island for 8 years and hold the trust of everyone in it. He looked at Eleanor. He looked at the desk and the line of objects arranged along it. Then he looked, one final time, around the room. A long moment passed. He smiled. Once precisely, a smile that was smaller and more private than his usual ones, a smile that acknowledged something rather than performed it. A smile that was, Eleanor thought, perhaps the first entirely genuine expression she had seen on his face in 8 years. "Well," he said. His voice was warm and completely steady. "I see we're doing this properly." He came in. He closed the door behind him. He looked at the chair Eleanor had left empty in the center of the reading corner, the chair that was facing all the others, and he crossed to it and sat down as though he had always been going to sit in exactly that chair in exactly this room on exactly this day. The bookshop was very quiet. Outside, the wind had stilled. The harbor was audible, water against stone, the low creak of the Morag Jean at its mooring. Somewhere across the water, not very far now, the lights of the mainland were becoming visible for the first time in days. Eleanor turned to face him. Chapter 10. The room at the end of the story. She did not begin with an accusation. She had thought about this carefully in the days and hours leading to this moment, and she had decided against the accusation the way she had always decided against the opening line that announced what the whole piece was going to argue, because a piece that announces itself has already made an enemy of its reader, and she did not need an enemy. She needed something more difficult than an enemy. She needed a room full of people to witness a man accounting for himself. So she began, as she always began, with a difficult manuscript. At the beginning, "I want to talk about the book," she said. "The one Callum was holding when I found him." Thomas looked at her with the attentive warmth that was so habitual in him it had become indistinguishable, to most people, from genuine feeling. "Of course," he said. He might have been agreeing to a conversation at a dinner table. "It's a forgery," she said. "A very good one. Victorian leather binding, period paper, the correct typeface for the 1860s. The foxing, the age spots on the pages, is slightly too even, but only slightly, and only to someone who handles old books professionally and knows what genuine age looks like." She paused. "I handle old books professionally." "I see," Thomas said. He did not say she was wrong. She picked up the book from the desk and held it for a moment, not opening it, not offering it to him,
just holding it.
It claims to be a novel by Alastair Murchison, a work called The Cairn Letters, completed in 1867 and never published. Hamish can tell you about the genuine history of that manuscript. She looked at Hamish. Hamish looked at Thomas with the particular expression of a man setting aside his habitual academic caution and speaking from somewhere more direct. "It is a real lost manuscript," he said. "One I have spent 15 years trying to locate. The circumstances of its suppression, a publisher frightened of the families portrayed, documents destroyed, the author silenced, are historically documented."
He paused.
"The book you are looking at is not the real manuscript. It is a fabrication, built to be sold to a private collector who would never display it publicly and would never ask hard questions about its provenance. Sold for £400,000 to a man in Switzerland, if the record we have is accurate." Thomas looked at Hamish with an expression that was still pleasant, still controlled, but had lost some of its ambient warmth. He said nothing. "Inside the book," Eleanor continued, "between the pages, there was a fragment of a letter. A genuine fragment, not part of the forgery, a separate document, older and different in paper stock." She lifted the envelope from the desk and held it. A letter from Alastair Murchison to his publisher. Written in November 1866. Authentic. The handwriting has been confirmed by someone who has spent 15 years with Murchison's correspondence. She looked at Hamish again. "It is genuine," Hamish said. "As certain as I can be, without laboratory analysis." "This letter," Eleanor said, "was used as source material for the forgery. The voice, the idiom, the particular rhetorical construction of the forged novel's prose. They were built from real Murchison correspondence. And this letter was in a private collection, not an institutional archive. A collection that has never surfaced in any scholarly context." She set the envelope down. "A collection that was assembled by someone who spent years acquiring original material from dispersed estates and private sales for precisely this purpose." Thomas looked at the envelope. He looked at it with the expression of someone looking at a document they had handled themselves recently in the half-light of a bookshop's back room and had replaced carefully and hoped they had replaced well enough. Eleanor saw the calculation in it, brief and quickly covered, and she thought, "There it is. There is the thing underneath the warmth." "This is very interesting," Thomas said, academically. He shifted his gaze from the envelope to Eleanor with the ease of a man changing channels. "But I'm not sure what it has to do with me." "I'll come to that," Eleanor said. "I want to show you a few other things first." She picked up the folder, Finn's folder, and placed it on the desk, open. "These are tide charts. Published quarterly by Finn Gallagher at the Marine Research Station for the benefit of sailors and researchers who need to understand crossing conditions between Dunmore and the mainland." She turned the folder to show the first page. "Finn distributes physical copies to 4 people on the island. Callum Strachan, Fraser Macaulay, myself." She paused. "And you." She produced the page from inside the folder. The request in Thomas's handwriting, dated 2 years ago. She laid it on top of the open folder. Thomas looked at it. "You asked for these charts," she said, "in November 2 years ago. You said you needed accurate title data for the novel you were writing." She looked at him steadily. "Finn has observed that over the past 2 years, 17 unscheduled, unofficial crossings between Dunmore and the mainland have occurred. Crossings that correlate, with remarkable precision, to the windows your charts would have identified as minimum observation periods. Not the worst weather, when no one sails. The in-between windows. Rough enough to deter notice. Calm enough for someone who knew the channel." Thomas said nothing. His expression was thoughtful and slightly puzzled, the expression of a man encountering an interesting argument he has not yet decided whether to engage with. "The crossings moved things," Eleanor said. "Books, mainly. Stolen books in some cases. Forged ones in others. This island was a transit point, remote, under-scrutinized, with a small bookshop that gave anyone who handled unusual volumes a legitimate reason to be interested in them."
She paused.
"You've been here for 8 years. In that time, you've made yourself part of this community with a thoroughness and a warmth that she stopped. "That I think most of us here would say was genuine." "It was genuine," Thomas said. His voice was still level, still pleasant. "Eleanor, I appreciate that you've been under tremendous pressure this week, and that—" "I have Callum's notebook," Eleanor said. The room was very quiet. Thomas looked at her. "He kept a record," she said. "From the beginning. 3 years of observation. Dates and figures and descriptions, carefully abbreviated for most of that time. He had a lawyer's instinct about what constituted evidence. He'd been reading about it, actually, a book I found in the donation box he brought here on Friday night." She picked up the legal textbook and set it on the desk, open to the marked page. "Documentary evidence. Forgery and falsification. The admissibility of private correspondence as proof." She looked at him. He wrote in the margin that what he had wasn't enough alone. He was right. It wasn't enough alone. But it isn't alone anymore. She placed Callum's oilcloth notebook on the desk. She did not open it. She left it there, between them, small and worn and present. Thomas looked at the notebook for a long moment. "May I see it?" he said. "No," Eleanor said. He absorbed this without visible reaction. She looked at Nora. Nora was watching Thomas with the particular focused attention of a woman who has been waiting for exactly this room and exactly this moment since the morning she opened her father's metal box and understood what was in it. "The last entry in the notebook," Eleanor said, "is dated November 12th, 2 days before Callum died. It says that the book had been returned, the forged book, the Cairn letters, and that he intended to speak to me. It says that you knew he had it. It says—" She paused. That time was running out. "He was right about that," Thomas said quietly. The words fell into the room like stones into water. He said it without particular emphasis, without threat, without the performance of menace. He said it the way you say a fact. And that quality, the flatness of it, the absence of flourish, was more chilling than anything theatrical could have been, because it was entirely honest, which was the first entirely honest thing he had said since he had walked through the door. No one moved. Then Eleanor said, "Tell me about the night he died." A pause. Thomas looked at the floor. He looked at it for long enough that Eleanor thought he might not answer. "He came to the bookshop," Thomas said. "You weren't here. He had a key, or rather, he knew where the key was. He came in through the back." He spoke evenly, as though he were giving a deposition. "I was in the back room. I had been here that afternoon. You'd left me looking at the older stock. I was still here when he arrived. He paused. He had the book. He knew what it was, and he knew what it proved. He told me he was going to take it to you. He told me he had 3 years of records. And, Eleanor said, and I could not allow it, Thomas said.
Simply.
Without apology, without passion, without any of the warmth that had colored everything else he'd said in 8 years. I could not allow it. He had 3 years of evidence, and the forged book and the letter that happened to be inside it, though I didn't know about the letter then. And you, who would have understood every piece of it within 24 hours. He stopped. I have spent 10 years building something. I could not allow it to end in a back room in a Scottish Island bookshop. But it has, Eleanor said. He looked at her. It has ended in a back room in a Scottish Island bookshop, she said. Exactly here. 10 years of building, and here it is. He looked at her for a long moment with something she had not seen in his face before, which was the expression of a man who has been so thoroughly understood that there is nothing left to manage. Yes, he said. I suppose it has. He sat back in the chair. He looked around the room once more. At each face in turn, the same comprehensive reading he had done when he walked in, and this time the reading was different, because this time he was not assessing what he needed to manage. He was looking at the community he had lived inside for 8 years, the people he had sat with and talked with and shared meals and bad weather and long winters with, and who were now the witnesses to the end of his performance. And then he did something Eleanor had not anticipated, which was that he looked at Nora. He looked at Nora Strachan, who was sitting very still across the room with her father's notebook on the desk between them, and he said, I am sorry for your father. Nora looked at him. He was a careful man, Thomas said.
A thorough man.
In other circumstances, he stopped. He shook his head. I am sorry. Nora said nothing for a moment. Then she said, Don't.
Just that.
The single word carrying everything it needed to carry. Thomas nodded once. He did not say anything more. Eleanor went through the rest of it. She did not rush it, and she did not draw it out. She moved through the evidence in the order she had assembled it, the way she had moved through difficult manuscripts, not because all the evidence was needed. Thomas had already said what he'd said, but because the full account was owed to the room. To Fraser, who had looked away and needed to understand what he'd been looking away from. To Hamish, who had spent 15 years looking for a story and needed to know what the story had actually been. To Nora, who had given up 3 years of her father's careful work and deserved to see it assembled, to see it mean something, to see it arrive where it was meant to arrive. She showed them Bridget's painting, the magnifying glass hovering over the spine of the book on the shelf in Thomas's cottage, the small letters that read the sea, letters painted with the unswerving accuracy of a person who painted what was there. Thomas looked at the painting for a long moment and said nothing. She showed them Petra's guest journal, the photographs, the name Calloway appearing across 9 years in 2 different handwriting samples, both Miriam's and Petra's, a recurring figure across the island's history that resolved now into an alias, a contact, a name from Callum's notebook. Thomas looked at it and nodded fractionally, the nod of a man confirming something he'd known was coming. She showed them Fraser's account, read aloud from her notebook. The loan, the packages, the silence purchased with shame. Fraser sat very still through this, his hands flat on his knees, his daughter's hand on his arm. Thomas did not look at Fraser. He looked at the floor, and she showed them, last, the tide chart request. She placed it on the table, the handwriting visible to the room. This, she said, is what made it systematic. Someone who knew the crossings, who planned for them, who used your own published work. She glanced at Finn, who was standing near the door and had come in quietly at some point after 4 without Eleanor having registered it. to make sure nothing moved when anyone was watching. She paused. Callum watched anyway. For 3 years. He watched when everyone else looked elsewhere, and he wrote it down. She picked up the notebook. She opened it to the last entry and read it aloud. The whole of it, the brief sentences, the careful handwriting, the names. She read, T. Knows I have it. Time running out. And then she closed it. The room was silent. Thomas sat in his chair with his hands resting on his knees, his silver hair slightly disordered, his leather jacket the same jacket he'd worn to the pub on Wednesdays for 8 years. He looked, Eleanor thought, like himself. That was the most honest thing about him. At this moment, he looked entirely like himself, like the Thomas Vane she had known and liked and enjoyed talking to and been deceived by. The warmth was there still, and the intelligence and the ease. They were all still there. They had always been real. He had been a real person who had also been a fraudulent one, and those two things had coexisted for 8 years inside the same leather jacket, and the island had known only one of them. She thought, this is the thing about the most dangerous manuscripts. The voice is real. The intelligence is real. The warmth is real. They are not pretending to be good. They genuinely are the things they appear to be, and other things besides, and the other things are where it breaks. The police will be here this evening, she said. Sergeant Morrison. A team from the mainland. She looked at Thomas. You won't be leaving the island before they arrive. No, Thomas said. I won't. Is there anything you want to say? To any of us, before they come. He was quiet for a moment. The book, he said finally. The Cairn letters. He looked at Hamish. The real one may exist. I believe it does. I used a private collection, correspondence that I acquired legitimately as it happens from an estate auction that most scholars didn't know to look for. Among that correspondence there were references to a proof copy of the manuscript, Murchison's own references, in his own hand, to a copy he kept. He paused. I never found it, but the references suggest it was given to a specific address in Edinburgh in 1889, the year he died. A family connection. He looked at Hamish steadily. That's not a confession. That's information. For what it's worth. Hamish looked at him for a long moment. It's worth something, Hamish said. He said it simply, without forgiveness, without hostility, just the acknowledgement of a fact. Thomas nodded.
The room sat with that.
At 6 o'clock, there were headlights on the harbor road. A vehicle that was not island-owned. Sergeant Morrison, and with him 2 officers, and the mainland world arriving at last into the sealed winter of Dunmore Isle. Thomas Vane stood when he heard the engine. He stood the way he had sat, easily, without drama, without any of the theatrics that the situation might have invited. He straightened his jacket. He looked at Eleanor. You're a very good editor, he said. I've always thought so. You should have been a better writer, she said. Something moved in his face at that. Not quite a smile, not quite hurt, something in between, something that was perhaps the most honest response he'd ever given her. He accepted it. He said nothing more. Agnes went to the door. She opened it and Sergeant Morrison came in, and the room shifted into the procedural world it had been waiting for all week, and Thomas Vane went with the officers without resisting, without speaking, in the same easy manner he had brought to everything, and the door of title pages closed behind him. The room was very quiet. Then Nora made a sound that she had been holding for a long time, and Eleanor crossed the room and sat beside her, and Nora did not cry exactly. She made a sound that was past crying, something earlier and deeper than tears, a sound of release, and Eleanor put her arm around her and held on. After a while the others began to move. Hamish went to the stove and attended to it, because the fire needed attending and Hamish needed his hands occupied. Fraser sat with his daughter's hand in his and looked at the floor with the expression of a man who has paid a debt he should never have incurred and knows the difference between those two things. Duncan stood at the window and looked at the harbor, where Sergeant Morrison's vehicle was still visible, and the harbor light fell on the water with a thin, clear quality of November weather after a storm. Miriam came to Eleanor when Nora had studied. She came without ceremony, because Miriam never did anything with ceremony, and she put her hand briefly on Eleanor's arm and looked at her, and Eleanor looked back, and nothing needed to be said. The police were there for 2 hours. Sergeant Morrison was exactly the voice he'd been on the telephone, patient, steady, professionally thorough, and with a specific gift of making a very difficult room feel like it was being managed rather than invaded. He took statements from everyone. He photographed the evidence. He sealed the objects in evidence bags with careful labels and thanked Eleanor formally for the quality of what she'd assembled. "The notebook," Nora said when he came to take it. She was looking at it in Sergeant Morrison's hands. He looked at her. "It will be returned to you when it's cleared," he said. "It's your father's property." Nora looked at it for another moment. "He wrote in it every day," she said, "for 3 years. And nobody knew." "They know now," Eleanor said. Nora looked at her. Something in her face, not quite a smile, not quite peace, something that was moving in that direction and had further to go but had started. "Yes," she said, "they do." At 8 o'clock, the police left with Thomas Vane and the evidence and the particular thorough competence of people who had arrived to do a job and had done it. The bookshop was quiet again, quieter than it had been all week. Most of the others left in ones and twos, saying the quiet things people say at the end of an enormous event that is not finished being understood. Fraser and Eastlaw together, Eastlaw with her arm through her father's, walking toward the store. Agnes, who paused at the door and looked at Eleanor in the professional way that was also, she understood now, a personal way, the look of a woman who had protected this community for 30 years and was making sure one last time tonight that it was all right. Eleanor told her it was all right. Agnes left. Duncan last, who came to Eleanor at the door and said very simply, "What you did this week, I want you to know that I saw it." "Thank you for coming tonight," Eleanor said. "And for telling me what you knew." He nodded. He went out into the November evening, his long dark coat moving around him in the last of the wind. Miriam did not leave. She sat in the reading chair by the stove, which was where Miriam always sat and looked at the fire, and Eleanor sat in the other chair, and for a while they were simply two people in a quiet room that had had a very long week. "We should sort that back room," Miriam said eventually. "I know. The books have been in a state since Saturday." "I know." Eleanor looked at the door to the deep end. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Miriam agreed. They sat with it a while longer. The fire was generous. The wind outside had become the ordinary November wind of an island that had come through its storm and found itself still there, still granite, still seaward, still standing. "Miriam," Eleanor said. "Thank you." Miriam looked at her. "For what specifically?" "For title pages," Eleanor said. "For building it into something worth trusting with a difficult thing." Miriam was quiet for a moment. "I built the shelves," she said. "You built the bookshop." She paused. "There's a difference." Eleanor looked at the front room, at the shelves of books in their long walls, at the children's corner with its 2 small armchairs and the wooden table worn smooth, at the lamp on the desk that she'd bought at a mainland market and had carried on the ferry 7 years ago wrapped in her own coat, at the deep-set windows and the flagstone floor and the stove with its steady warmth. She thought about the first time she'd come through this door, Miriam showing her around, that gray October morning 7 years ago, the building smelling of old paper and salt and the particular warmth of a place that had been a shelter for longer than she'd been alive. She had thought, standing in the middle of this room for the first time, I could stay here. She had not known then how long or why or what staying would eventually mean. She knew now. Nora came back in the morning. She came at 9, which was when Eleanor opened the shop, and she came with 2 coffees from the general store. Fraser had opened early, which was its own kind of statement, and she came with the particular quality of someone who has slept properly for the first time in a week. I wanted to ask you something, she said. She set one of the coffees on Eleanor's desk and sat in the chair. The book. The forged one. The police have it, Eleanor said. I know. But eventually she paused. I don't want the forgery. I know what it is. But Dad had it. He was holding it. It was the thing he died with. She looked at Eleanor. Is there a real story? Behind the forgery. The thing it was based on. Eleanor looked at the empty desk, at the rectangle of lighter wood where the forged book had been all week. She looked at Nora. The Cairn letters was based on a real clearance, she said. Real families displaced from an island, not unlike this one. Their documents destroyed to cover a land seizure. Murchison witnessed it and wrote about it, and the manuscript was suppressed because the families responsible were still powerful.
She paused.
It may still exist. The original. Thomas told us something last night about where to look. Hamish is all ready. She glanced toward the reading corner, where Hamish was sitting with his laptop and his manila folder and the expression of complete professional absorption. Hamish is already looking. Nora looked at Hamish. At his back, the familiar rumpled profile, the hearing aid, the coffee he'd not touched, the folder open on the arm of the chair. When this is all cleared, Eleanor said, when it's all processed and over and you're ready, I'll find you the real story. There is one, and it deserves to be told. Nora looked at her.
He would have liked that, she said.
I know, Eleanor said. Nora left at 9:30 to make the phone calls she needed to make and to begin the long process of carrying her father's life back to the mainland and understanding what to do with it. She left with both coffees because Eleanor had declined hers, and at the door she turned and looked back at the bookshop one last time with the expression of someone taking a picture they intend to keep. Then she was gone. Eleanor went to the deep end. She stood in the doorway first, as she always did, and looked at the room. It was what it had been all week. The low overhead light, the shelves of unsorted fiction, the donation boxes in the corner, the flagstone floor. The space between the far shelf and the wall where Callum had been lying. She had looked at this room all week as a crime scene, as a sealed space, as a room that contained something she could not look directly at. She looked at it now as what it was. A room full of books waiting to be catalogued. She went in. She started at the fiction shelf nearest the door and worked her way along, the way she always worked. Methodically, shelf by shelf, each book lifted and assessed and placed or set aside. Her hands knew this work. Her hands had been doing this work for 7 years and would do it, she thought, for a long time yet. There was something in the weight of a book in the hands and the smell of old paper and the particular quiet of the task that was, she understood now, not merely occupation. It was the thing itself, the reason she was here. She heard a step in the doorway and looked up. Miriam, with her coat still on, a carrier bag in one hand. You started without me, she said. You weren't here. I'm here now. She put her bag down and took off her coat and hung it on the hook inside the door, the hook that had been her hook for 20 years, and came to the shelf beside Eleanor and picked up a book and looked at it and placed it. They worked in silence. It was the right kind of silence. The kind that meant no words were needed because the work said what needed to be said, which was, "The room is being restored. The books are going back to their places. The world is not fixed. It is not fixed and will not be fixed. Something happened here that cannot be unhappened, but it is being tended." The small, faithful, necessary act of tending. They worked for 2 hours. At the end of 2 hours, the fiction shelf was in order and 3 of the donation boxes had been sorted, and the floor of the deep end was clear in a way it had not been since before the storm. The room smelled of old paper, as it always did. The overhead light threw its familiar shadows. The bronze anchor bookends stood at the end of the shelf, where they had always stood. Eleanor would tell Sergeant Morrison about the bookend. She would tell him everything she knew in the clear, precise language she had assembled over this week, and the forensic team would come and confirm what she'd understood, and the case against Thomas Vane would be what it was. That was for the police and the courts and the systems that handled such things and handled them correctly. What she was doing now was something else. She picked up the last box from the corner and opened it and began to sort. Most of it was perfectly ordinary. The accumulated reading lives of island people, fiction and memoir, and a few things that had arrived without explanation, as books sometimes did, as if they'd found their own way. At the bottom of the box, a battered copy of a novel she'd read 20 years ago and loved and not thought of since. She turned it over in her hands for a moment. Then she put it with the keep pile. At noon, Miriam left. At noon and 10 minutes, the front door of Title Pages opened, and Hamish came through from the front room with his laptop under his arm and his reading glasses on his head, and the expression of a man who has just found something, the specific face of academic discovery, the face that meant he had been in the archives of an Edinburgh address and found something that might, with careful investigation and scholarly patience, and the piece of information Thomas had given them about the 1889 bequest, turn out to be exactly what he had spent 15 years looking for. "Eleanor," he said. She looked at him. "I think it might exist," he said. "The real manuscript." "I think. I'm not certain. It will take time. There are letters to write and archives to visit, and I won't say anything definitive until—" "Hamish," she said, "sit down." He sat down in the reading chair, opening his laptop with the urgency of a man who has found a thread and is not going to let it go. Eleanor made tea and brought it to him, and he barely registered it because his attention was elsewhere, in an Edinburgh archive, in the handwriting of a dead man, in the real story underneath the false one, the story that deserved to be found and told. She stood for a moment looking at him, at the amber room, at the books in their long walls, at the stove with its steady heat, at the light coming through the deep-set windows, the November light of an island after a storm. Then she went to her desk. On the desk, where the evidence had been arranged all week, the forged book and the notebooks and the letters and the photographs, there was now only one thing. A small folded note, in Miriam's handwriting, left sometime in the past 2 hours while Eleanor had been working in the back room. She hadn't seen Miriam leave it. She unfolded it. It said, "Still the best bookshop at the end of the world." Eleanor read it once. Then she smiled. She reached up and tucked the pencil more firmly behind her ear and opened the desk drawer and took out the new catalog sheet, the one she'd been putting off all week, the one that needed to be written now that the objects that had been in the drawer were gone, and the drawer was empty and ready for the ordinary work of the ordinary day. She picked up her pen. Outside, the harbor was bright. The storm had gone entirely. Gone north, gone east, gone wherever November storms went when they had finished what they came to do. The water between Dunmore Isle and the mainland was gray and cold and wholly navigable, and somewhere across it, in a week or two, the Morag Jean would put out from the mainland dock and make the crossing with fresh supplies and new faces and the particular warmth of a ferry arriving at an island that has been waiting for it. The bookshop was open. There were books to sort and a catalog to write and a very cold morning that wanted a fire and a stove that needed attending to and the winter ahead and the long, slow work of tending a room full of things that someone had written down because they believed the writing of it mattered. Eleanor Marsh picked up her pen and began.
The end.